toes. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Hello friends, what's up? We are back. Good morning. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, you know, good stuff. Hold on, let me start here. Always whenever I take like a day or two off, I lose my groove and forget all the stuff I need to do in the mornings. Oops. Guys, hello. How was your holiday? What a great bounce of MHP dynamic last night. Did it? I didn't even notice. What is going on today? Some news about NVIDIA. I woke up and read the news a little bit. There's a deal with Grok and NVIDIA partnering up. So we had NVIDIA pre-market trading up to 190, I think. Last night I checked the charts briefly. Last night in the middle of the Asia session, I think right about 7 o'clock, NVIDIA's right when it opened up, jumped up like $3. I think it was announced on Christmas Eve. Where's all of my charts here? Good morning. Merry Christmas, everybody. All right. Ooh, What do we got going on here? Some deals going on with some of our prop partners here. Let me kind of grab this info real quick for y'all. I'm a little disappointed in something though. I thought we would get up to 100,000 subs. By the end of the year. Sad as it is, we're probably going to only make it to like 95. No more volume until 5th of January. I'm committed to probably not doing much trading until, yeah, until like the beginning of the new year. The new... Where is all my... Oh, here it is. Okay. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll be trading, but like not like trading a lot. Like just like light. You know what I mean? Until the new year, probably light volume. My thought was that we would reverse down to some red lines or something. I'll show you guys how to calculate those real quick. Just a test, like the day after Christmas, like we pull back and sell a little bit. But with NVIDIA news, it's probably not going to happen. Red lines, right? So we know this trick. And again, we haven't, I've been kind of like holiday busy, so I haven't done like all the boot camp classes. We're going to redo some of the ones you guys watch the videos on when y'all had your side homework. But when you have these runs like this, you can do two different reversal indicator, return pivots. If the market were to ever reverse at any point in time, these are going to be support pivots to play off of like 69.47, 69.36. And call them red lines for short. They're illiquidity pivots, and 47 and 36. So essentially, like if you were just to have a crazy sell-off day because of some event and this thing were to just completely like die and fall down to there, you will find counter volume there from those previous bulls. Just think about it like that. The way you calculate it's pretty cool. Wait, what was the number? Oh, it's in Discord. I did it on my laptop from a Christmas party. Okay, 69.59 is MHP. We'll put this guy right over here. And that's kind of in the boat of filling the gap. NVIDIA is 843. How was y'all's holiday? Was it fun? At that 920 reverse come out. You know, I'll tell you, I thought, drop giveaways for early viewers. Hell yeah. As a matter of fact, why don't we do that? I like that idea. We could start, why don't we start off with the giveaway pre-market every day? I like this. I kind of like the idea. I'm about to make 2 new deals, hopefully this week, fingers crossed. That'll have a whole lot more giveaway stuff. Lots of irons in the fire. I talked to another charting company. So we're working with NinjaTrader right now to get our stuff inside of NinjaTrader and Tradeabate. I talked to another charting company about an arrangement, a partnership, potentially. Hold on, wait, don't type anything yet. This is just on the screen. Lots of cool, lots of big things going on. Wait, how come we can't see my face? What the heck? Oh! That's weird. Why is the camera turned off? Now we're back. Not really sure why my camera is turned off, other than... Oh, I remember. I was trying to update the layout, and I got halfway through it, and then Christmas happened. Oh, that's right. I was trying to change it up a little bit. Oh well. All right. All right, I'm gonna lower the like tier since 1 out of 3 people don't do it. We're gonna make it pretty easy. 600 to start the first giveaway. Okay. We'll make that easy. Then we'll do 700 to the next giveaway. Literally 1 out of 3 people hit the like. So We're gonna give you some big prize if you hit all of it though. All right, and then we're gonna make the bigger one bigger. 850. That's easy. Okay. All right, and then the Le Grand Prize. If y'all get to 1,000 likes, which is like 1 out of 2 people. Straight to find it. Okay, look, we're gonna make it. Look at this. Be here to enter. I like the idea of starting out the stream with a giveaway. As a matter of fact. I like it. I like it. Pre-market loyalty, not loyalty, but pre-market. Like you get up and do your homework. Let's make it fun. All right, let's talk about our pre-market. Hold on 1 second. All right. Okay. Only 209 people here get pre-market. I know. By the time it's like, we usually are about like at 700 or 800 up until the bell rings, and then the bell rings, and then we get up to like 1400. Happy Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Happy whatever you guys celebrate. Holidays always fun times. My favorite time of year. I think Halloween's probably my favorite holiday. But the sucky thing is that Halloween is not a season as much as Christmas is a season. You know what I'm saying? The reason why Christmas probably is everybody's favorite because it's like a 6-week long holiday. It goes from Thanksgiving to New Year. You know what I mean? There's always events. The world changes for a hot minute. Everything's peaceful for a little bit. Although, if Halloween was like a month of scary events and things, you know, the Halloween season, it was so big. I feel like that should qualify as the best holiday. Costumes, haunted houses, horror movies. I think I like that so much. Am I muted? I shouldn't be muted. But then again, I like all of them. Like that. What are my thoughts about silver and gold? Right, so I finally did some research over the week to kind of figure out what's causing gold and silver to rally the way they are. And it's just pretty, and again, I didn't even look at the chart lately to see how ridiculous. Crap. I just closed my chart. Let me well, I gotta remake that, hold on. Oh, let me reload the layout. Uno momento. I haven't really been paying attention much to how gold has been moving, and silver's even been doing bigger. So the silver chart and the gold chart are ridiculous. I'm talking like ridiculous. It's like tulips all over again. Typically, and I was researching like why this happens, right? And I was finally interested in it when I sat there over the weekend and over the holiday, and I was actually looking at, because I was like, oh yeah, gold's rallying a little bit, and I didn't even think it was rallying like this, right? So what's going on here? Silver's been used in data centers for AI. Yeah, there's a lot of components to like the usability of the materials, but most economists would tell you the reason things are moving like this is because it's always a hedge against interest rates. When it's easy to borrow money, cheaper to borrow money, people are going to borrow money and buy a bunch of assets, especially commodities like gold and silver, which retain their value in periods of global instability. And apparently, according to what this economist said, which I don't know if it's just they're just filling in an answer because they don't know, but they're like, global instability, which just makes sense, right? If the dollar value is going to tank or something else is going on, and it's easy to, if the dollar value is going to tank versus versus the rest of the world, people are going to hoard assets that hold their value. And in times of kind of like Fed cutting rates, it's cheaper to borrow money, kind of. Or easier to get loans. People are like borrowing money and buying gold. That's what this guy was saying. I was reading this article about it. This interview with some economist from Harvard or something. And another thing was global instability, like causes people to hoard in gold. And I was like, I understand that. You've had these periods, you know, after the 2009 crash, we hoarded silver, right? In the 1980s, we hoarded silver. But like global instability, right? I mean, you kind of ask the question of like, okay, I get it. You know, Afghanistan, Iraq, okay, does make sense, right? We saw a similar sort of like, all right. Right after 9/11, is that true? Okay, after 9/11, yeah, we did hit a crazy run, right? We went from like $4 to like $20, like you know, 5 times the value. Okay, so now they were quoting like Russia, Ukraine, and Venezuela. Yeah, Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine. I wouldn't think that's the same kind of global instability. These aren't superpowers. Going to cause turmoil across the globe, but I mean, but we are going from 20 to 80. That's 4 times the value as well. So during periods of global instability and wars and stuff, you can see people hoarding this stuff, which kind of matches if you believe that case. But I really don't think that that's what's scaring people. Apex is still 80%, I believe, right now. Hold on, let me tell you guys the deals. Oh yeah, deals with our partners. Yeah, so right now we have doing giveaway in just a second. We have, as you mentioned, Apex is back to 50% off now. I'm going to change the little marquee here. I'm just coming back from the holiday. Apex 50% off. Tradeify is 35% off of the select plans, which is on our ranking one of the best plans out there. Rapid plan is still 20% off at My Funded Futures, which is now the quickest path to payout. Funded Next is $100 off the legacy. Should have ended on the 26th, which is today. Basically, got like a little bit more. One more day on the legacy. So legacy 100K is cheaper than the legacy 50K right now. That's the takeaway of this one. So with the legacy 100K, you get 2 more contracts and $500 extra drawdown for less price than the 50K rapid. That's kind of nice. 3 days of pass. More contracts for scalability. That's what I'm got my big payouts on those 100Ks. 90% off of all one-step evals with ETF, code Rocket Scooter as well. So there's pretty good deals going on still. Futures desk, 60% off end of the day, 70% off static. That's going on right now. Okay. Anyways, back to gold and silver. It just feels a little ridiculous at this point, right? Like it's like once everybody's talking about it, you know, it's probably getting close to being the end. So that's the monthly chart. And the gold chart is just like I said, how high is it going to go? And obviously, I'm not going to jump in and try to bet this. Anyone on stream use Alpha Future? Somebody's asking. I have never looked into them. Wait, no, I think we looked into them one time on stream together when y'all asked that. And I think I remember the data wasn't not the data. The plans weren't like spectacular. They were pretty much. Like there was better value with some of the other competitors as far as like price per drawdown and things like that. But I don't remember exactly. I've never heard anything bad about them though. No bad. Did I say the plans are overpriced and uncompetitive? Oh, well then you guys remember. There's so many prop firms I can't remember. Y'all ask me on stream and I look at one, so maybe that would be the case. They're overpriced and uncompetitive. Yeah, I don't know much about them because I've never talked to them, never used them. But did we compare them with some of the other plans out there? Okay. But the firm is good? Okay, cool. Good to know. Somebody said the firm is pretty legit. We had somewhere that gold is preferred investment, dollars expected to lose value like inflation. Yep, that's basically it. That's what the economist was saying. And that could be a big part of it, right? Combined with the Fed cutting rates. Okay, so S&P running up to upper DD band, NASDAQ running up close to pre-market highs in the morning. We have VVIX sort of climbing a little bit and VIX in decay, right? We lost the contango midpoint like right out the door, 17, 18. Now we're trading below it. I'm just waiting for like one day the market to say psych and just throw one red day in the mix. That's why I'm so hesitant to like chase long with a lot of heavy position right now. But every day, if we're getting news in big companies like Nvidia, once Nvidia starts moving, remember Nvidia is the Nasdaq, so with Nvidia moving, the Nasdaq's going to be moving if you're a Nasdaq trader. So since probably last Wednesday, up, 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 we've had the same thing in Nasdaq. It's really kind of how it goes. Since last Wednesday, up, 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 up. So until we start to see any kind of like, you know, settling out with some of the major tech companies, you're still going to see the market inch higher because not everything else is selling off. The clue comes with the fact that the S&P is pressing higher and trading a little heavier to the upside than the Nasdaq is. S&P is even stronger. So with the S&P being like less weighted, see how the S&P looks like, oops, sorry, that's gold. The S&P is like, essentially, it didn't really look as bad as the Nasdaq did when it was pulling back. It shows that the rest of the sectors are pretty healthy and nobody's really dumping everything else. It's just tech, and tech affects the Nasdaq more. So in reality, just keep an eye on Nvidia and AVGO and Apple and things like that today. Good morning. Can I check on Phidias? I did talk to Phidias before. And I remember talking to them. I talked to the owner and they was really nice. He gave me a lot of explanation about the firm's plans and stuff. And I've never heard a bad thing about them. So they seem to be pretty good. The plans themselves are, like, if I remember correctly, pretty decent. And they were, I think it was when you put them side by side with like my funded futures, they gave pretty much a similar, don't let me quote you wrong. Hold on. Let me look it up. I think it was the same spread. Hold on. So it would be like if you traded that kind of plan. Hold on, let me see where it is. Maybe they've changed. Let me double check if this is the right one. You get up to 15 accounts. You fund it in 3 days. Yep, daily payouts. Yeah. So all that stuff looked pretty good. Evaluation phase is DLL and rhythmic. Oh, it's rhythmic. That's, I think, what it was. There was something about it. And I remember that the price, whoever I compared it with, let me see, is the eval, is it end of the day drawdown? Yeah, that's right. So I remember they were just like my funded futures style. Except the minimum trading days now goes to 3. But they were more expensive, I think, per drawdown. So it was good. And then you had to use Rhythmic, I think. DX feed or Rhythmic or data feed. And so I remember nothing flagged me as suspicious about him. He seemed pretty good. And I talked to the owner a little bit about possibly working with them and but ultimately we didn't follow up. I get so many prop conversations, like they all blend together because there's so many prop firms now. So I can't remember exactly, but I remember I had a pleasant experience talking to the owner. Very, very quality conversation, very technical guy, very passionate about it. So I got some good vibes, just personal experience. So somebody in chat said they're expensive and needing more profit, hit the goal. Gotcha. But other than that, I would say they seem like a pretty good choice. There's a lot of good firms out there. The website that we've made that's going to be launching pretty soon in January. We'll do a mathematical score of all the prop firms, and you can answer that question yourself. Compare prop firms side by side. You could be like, is this prop firm better than this one? Is this one better than this one? And you can put them side by side, and it will compare all the stats and show you the score difference. It's pretty nice. Is there gonna be a Santa rally today? I think we already priced in the Santa rally. I think I don't think after the holiday there's enough volume to create a rally unless the market's moving on some kind of news. This tech news could be pretty big. We're gapping up on Nvidia, so we'll see if Nvidia carries the weight of the rest of the market today. We obviously pre-market trading over Christmas Eve. There was a deal announced between Grok and Nvidia. So when the equities pre-market open at 8 p.m. Eastern, we had the here. We were trading. We went from about 188 to 190. So Nvidia is up quite a significant amount, I guess, pre-market. So we'll see if that hangs. If this decides to just like sell off for the rest of the day, who knows? If you give my worst case scenario, what I think is going to happen. Worst case scenario, and I'll just tell you. Sometimes after Christmas, you will see like 2 and 3 day sell-offs. This depends on the environment. I wouldn't use seasonality as a guide to your trading today. Historically, we have seen times when the market has sold off for 3 days right after Christmas. We've seen times when the market has rallied for 5 days right after Christmas. It's a little bit of a crapshoot depending on the environment you're in. The after Christmas doesn't have much effect on anything. News will still trigger the market to move. Yeah. The average standard rally, somebody said in chat, is 1.3%. Not sure why it gets so much attention. I 100% agree. Like the data is more like, if you were to look at every December over 1,000 years, you might see that like 550 to of those 1,000 years are bullish. Standard rally less, like it's slightly more bullish than not. Over long periods of time, over your lifespan, over 30 years of trading, standard rally shouldn't be a correlation, because it's not like something that's going to happen 7 or 8 out of 10 times. Where are we from, as Bourbon has asked in chat? Singapore, Netherlands, Germany, Texas, Alabama. Where is everybody from in chat? Pre-market. We'll find out where y'all are all from. Learn a little bit about each other. Canada, Germany, Nepal, Georgia, Michigan, Texas, Florida, Venus. It's a good place. Kind of gassy. Is it like salt? Is it sulfur dioxide there? Ohio, Deltona, Reno, Nevada, North Korea. Look at the one North Korea. We drop flash drives over the border. It has like has stream code access, and they get them every morning over there. Turkey, Sweden, UK, Chicago. Man, you guys from everywhere. Republic of Texas. Great country. Puerto Rico, Colombia, Memphis, Sydney. Dang, y'all are from everywhere. Tamil Nadu. Somebody's from hell. Yeah, sometimes it feels like hell in this market lately. Okay. All right. We'll spin the wheel for Funsies pre-market giveaway. Everybody type in FundedX in chat. Let's go. Pre-market giveaway. As we're going to start doing every day, I like the idea of pre-market giveaway for the loyal fans who show up in the morning. Type in FundedX. Let's give away a FundedX account just to get started. Now, holiday is upon us. I'm not sure if there's going to be a lot of volume. Usually what you can expect after Christmas is there's not as much volume in the market. People are still taking it easy till the end of the year. Most funds have solidified their gains. Everyone's up 50% or whatever for this crazy run since March. And while the market is retracing some of this downside move we saw off of that profit taking, kind of just reverting back to the same path we were on, doesn't seem like there's like strong, I would say, momentum anywhere. It's more like nothing's all moving at once. So the market is not going to go down if not everything's all moving at once. You need everything to sell off at once to get the market to pull back. It doesn't seem like anybody's scared of everything. Most of the major stocks are still just sitting there. at all-time highs, and tech was like the wobbly part of the market for a little bit. In this environment, as long as you see tech rallying, the indexes are going to come down. As long as you see all the other stocks besides tech not coming down, the market may only come down for a day. So in this environment, all that I'm thinking that's really, really, really possible, and again, I'm just going to take a guess, is that we get one, and I'm talking like one red day before the end of the year, wherever it ends up being. If today's that red day, it's as bad as hitting whatever red lines, like we're down here at worst. Like if there ends up being some kind of red day, which I don't think we have the power to get there, it's just a tiny day like this. And then we reset and then we're back to rallying. Like whatever case may be, we haven't seen like much of a correction day like this maybe was one. But we've just been up maybe like 5 or 6, like I think 6 sessions in a row we've been green. So if there is anything, it's like testing these previous highs, right? Before we had this peaks right there, as a new low. So, you know, as you see, like we kind of were setting here this one time like this, the market has some desire to like confirm this area as support and then just, you know, make its happy way back up to wherever it's going. I didn't think we were going to turn around and rally beyond this until the new year. So we're still kind of in that range of we're probably going to not do anything till the end of the year. I don't think we're going to press through higher highs until next year. People aren't going to aggressively attack this market till it's Q1 because that's when it matters for them. Most everybody took their profits, shorts covered, longs sold. Then the last minute longs sold and last minute shorts covered. And now the market could still be stable and happy along the same path. And we'll need some significant volume to get it going. With the rate cuts and the better GDP and better jobs data, everything like that, looks like the market's probably still going to go higher into the new year. So we'll see what happens. Watch out the door what NVIDIA is doing. That's it. Without NVIDIA moving, the market's not going to move. The volume's not there, but it's going to track that. The index is going to track whatever's going on. So if the stocks are moving on their own news, the index is going to move up just a little bit with it. All right. Do me a favor while you're chilling here, guys. Hit that like button, everybody. So the rule is going forward, likes unlock tiers of giveaway, up to 10 giveaway accounts a day. A couple of announcements. I'm planning a huge event with My Funded Futures for the community. Can it be the biggest community event by participation in trading? It can be big. We had 30,000 plus people in NinjaTrader. We had 30,000 plus people in Tradeify for their competition. Can my event pull 30,000 people? Can we pull 40? We can see. So first of the year, there'll be a huge event for My Funded. I'd say first quarter, not like first of the year. Hit the like button, friends. Another announcement, Rocket Scooter is working with NinjaTrader to get our stuff into the Tradeibate and NinjaTrader platform native via API. SubX2, thank you. Towards the beginning of the year, we're going to launch a website, a mathematical prop comparison shopping tool for you guys to have mathematical representation of are the prop firms you look at any good or not. Pretty comprehensive scoring system. We invented the whole process and have been working on it for quite a while. Now we're releasing it first of the year. You'll put 2 of your prop firms together side by side and compare them stat for stat. And also put up to 5 side by side like a shopping tool. But also it ranks them based on just the math of what they offer. All their rules are scored in a way so you can see if hidden rules emerge that lower the score or whatever. We're gonna try to track that for you, all in one place. You guys ask, is this firm good? Is that firm good? It's all done. With that being said, we'll have an affiliate code with every prop firm out there because we have to keep a level playing field. We can't do our 6 partner thing anymore. That would appear like we're playing favorites. So we'll have to kind of keep an even watch. Everybody gets an equal shot sort of thing. So we'll start a code for every prop firm out there. All your favorite firms will have a code for it. Just in the giveaway just by typing Funded Next. Funded Next has come out with like some changes to their rules. So I get hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on. So Funded Next is going on, has a new thing where whenever they kind of cleaned up their live program sort of launch. Kind of was messy because people didn't kind of understand what's going on. I don't think they understood what was going on. They listened to our feedback though. A lot of us were working with them to like, hey, your live program's kind of weird. You know, it seems like when you put people live, you forfeit profits, right? So now they realize the error of their ways and they're like, oh yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. That's bad. And they say, traders now will earn 100% of their profits. I think in the honesty of running a prop firm, I think that they were just disconnected. I think a lot of them, they're not like, let's just like scam people or whatever. I think they're disconnected with how important that is to people. And then when everyone kind of yells at them like, you can't do this, they're like, oh, we can't? A little naivety there. They're new to the space. They're new to the American culture. And it seems like every time, they've made a maneuver, we've kind of like all yelled at them and they fixed it. So they fixed it. Now when it comes to Funded Next, they don't forfeit your profit to move you to live. They actually put it in a reserve bank and they give you an amount for live, and then that reserve replenishes the live as soon as you lose it, which is pretty cool, I guess. So the idea, and a lot of firms I think are going that way, like you make your big sim balance, they give you your live account, and then the rest of it goes into a bank. And then that bank sits there to replenish your capital to fund you as a live trader, which is what they want to do. All the firms want you to go to live. That way you and them can make money together in the stock market, right? Nobody wants you to keep winning sim profits from them all day long. So this kind of reserve ETF does the same thing with their sim bank. It's a new trend that's emerging in a lot of the prop firms, and you can see, probably get used to that because it's going to probably emerge in a lot of the other ones. As the prop firm world evolves, I'm going to tell you guys this 5-year loss leader campaign we've seen in much of the prop firms, which seems like you can just get infinite payouts. They're all evolving to like a limited payout cap and push you to live. They're all going to start doing that. My fundeds, you can get about 100,000, you're done. Tradeify, you can get like 800,000, you're done. 80,000, something like that. Whatever, it's 100,000 total. So now like everything is sort of like moving towards, once you make a certain amount, they want to push you to live, and usually the leftover, they'll bump you into like some kind of program like that. I think it's pretty cool because that's the evolution of all the firms. They're all going to go there. The sort of like Apex style. Let's do a giveaway of just trade, huge payout, trade, huge payout. Is kind of going to go away this year, maybe next year. Prop industry is evolving rapidly, and all the changes are coming are pretty big. I think the futures prop world will go the way of MetaTrader. What do you mean? It'll give the firm sustainability in the long term. Yeah, because like the prop industry is still so new. They don't know what it's. Edward Denny, first winner. They don't know the impact of it, because I mean, in 2020 to 2022 is when all these prop firms exploded and started. Now I got 3 years of operational data. They're all realizing what their risk is in these wild swings of the market. We'll give away one more. We'll do 2 in the morning for you early birds here. I'm letting you guys know I'm probably not going to be doing any trading today. So just chilling a little bit. All right, the two winners. Funded next. 25K rapid accounts. Congratulations. We're going to do giveaways in the mornings now before market opens. Trade with Sonic. But we'll also do a giveaway in the middle of the stream as we always do. Sonic. Sonic boom. But the way that what I know about, you know, talking with the people I talk with is that the prop firm industry, Edward Denny and Trey with Sonic, congratulations. You guys know the drill. Go to the Discord. Link is in the description below. That's the end of the giveaway, guys. We'll do another one when market opens later on. Get on over there to the Discord. Go to the contest section. Talk to an admin named Slacks. Send him a screenshot of your YouTube ID. That way we know that it's you. Then have an account with FundedX already, and we'll hook you up with your accounts. But yeah, FundedX is pretty cool with their changes to their program. Oh, speaking of that, I gotta share something up with this. You have a maximum, so the reserve is something that a lot of firms, are going to be doing as things evolve. I think if you ask me where prop firms are going to be in about 1 to 2 years, the top 10 prop firms are all going to be the same. You can make maybe about 100K payout before they kick you to live. This is going to be the industry standard going forward. They all started with really big, crazy offerings. They all grew at different rates. But as we see, even where we are now, even Top Step model is failing. They ran out of money and didn't, you know, couldn't pay their developers, and they had to kind of like trim out with all their aspirations they were doing. And then all of a sudden they kind of started having issues instead of staffing up with the abundance of money. So even Top Step revealed a hole in the model of just some like this kind of like uncapped world. I call it the uncapped era of prop firms. These days, just about every major prop firm is going to cap you at about 100K profit, somewhere there, somewhere less. And the small changes between them is going to be when they push you to live and do they do the reserve bank or not. As prop firms have learned, if they forfeit payouts, it's suicide for the firm. Sales will tank. So they've all learned their lesson. And even though I warned Funded Next when they did this, I said, you know, you guys are going to ruin, you know, this is, you cannot forfeit anybody's payouts. You're going to ruin your own brand. They were like, kind of like defiant towards that. They're like, no, we think it'll be okay. And I'm like, every single fucking time I tell a firm, like, I know the industry and I know what people are going to do. They're going to hate you for this. And then at the end, they're like scrambling. Oh crap, this happened. And I'm like, I told you. They're like, yeah, you were right. So we need to change this. And like everyone was yelling at them, like, you can't do this. And their thing was like, well, we didn't think it was that big of a deal. I mean, it was clearly stated in the rules. I'm like, America, dude, it doesn't matter if it's clearly stated in the rules. We're a bunch of spoiled brats. You got to hold people's hands. And if you didn't like make it abundantly clear on social media, they're going to blame you. And even if you're right, take it to court. Yeah, the judge will prove you're right. The damage has already been done. So you should honor it. And they're like, okay, yeah, we can't forfeit anybody's payouts. So now it's like, okay, let's see. So essentially they didn't think it through. And all these, again, in the defense of prop firms, it's all so new to everybody. And they don't know what, they're just doing what a businessman would think of. They're disconnected from the experience and just thinking in a business sense. And I'm like, look, if somebody's hard-earned money, it's like if somebody did a week of work and you're like, we're probably not going to pay you. You'll have every worker there going on strike. I mean, it's not like it's like, that person will be fine kind of thing. The CEOs just don't understand, I feel like, is the thing. So anyways, they're changing. to understand that that's the path. So I think the most stable path all the props are going to land on is about that 100K sim payout range where they kick you to live. And then probably what happens, you'll go live, and Fundindex is like this 80% drawdown to max balance until you get your payout. So if you draw down under 80, you can't take a payout. I think that's the rule they have to keep you going. Hold on. A max loss limit of 80% of the live deposit before the first withdrawal. I guess that means you can't lose more than 20% of the I need to read up on that. Somebody says, to be honest, the Fundindex 100% legacy account, max loss at 3K and 6K profit, the regret target is not worth it. So the way that this works with the Fundindex legacy pricing, it was designed when they had DLLs in the account. So when the DLL was in the account, the 50K is the better cost to drawdown option, so it's cheaper to lose. But the 100K had a fatter DLL. So for scaling, you had like almost twice, like it was like twice as much DLL, which made a lot of sense. Whenever you're trading to grow an account really big, when the uncapped payouts were there, you want the most DLL possible because that's about how much you're going to make a day. If you only get like 1,000 DLL, then you're only growing at a rate of about 1,000 a day. If you get 2,500 DLL, I think it was like 1,250 and 2,500. Then you can grow at 2,500 a day and get to those big fat uncapped balances faster. So in that mode, you were paying for the fatter DLL, which was the value of the 100K, but you also get more contracts, 2 more contracts to trade. The account is cheaper than the 50K and you get 2 accounts to trade. It doesn't matter what the profit target is, it's the same amount of days to trade. If the profit target is 3,000 with 5 contracts and then 7,000 with 7 contracts, it doesn't matter the profit target. It's 3 trades no matter what of 3 different sizes with the same probability of blowing up each one of them. You just trade bigger to get to the bigger target and you're giving more contracts. It scales linearly. Some kid on Twitter was trying to argue with me about that over the week. It's the same scale. If it's like 1 contract 3,000 or 2 contracts 6,000, they're exactly the same. It's not the profit target that's different. It's the scalability. You're just trading with something bigger. If you make 1% on a $100 account and 1% on a $1,000 account, you're going to make more money in the bigger account. So it's not the money that matters. It's the amount of max pool you try to get with the contracts that you have. We are opening the market now, so let's see what we get. So the profit target that's bigger is matched by the more contracts. People don't think that more contracts is a significant hit to the risk model. It is. Okay, wait till we get our data out here. You know, like when a firm, you know that this is true, that them giving you 2 extra contracts is huge. The more contracts you have to trade, the more you can martingale yourself to success as a trader. What does that mean? So, you know how they're always arguing about the microscaling rules, you guys? Like a firm will give you, you know, 2 minis, right? And then some of them, so resilience is positive right now, which is pretty decent, but I'm going to hold out and wait. I'm not going to do anything big today for the most part. 2 minis, and a firm will give you 2 minis and 20 micros, right? And then some firm will give you 2 minis and then 5 micros, and you're like, and you as the trader are like, what's the difference, right? 2 minis and 20 micros. Okay, so no trades today, nothing until, where the fuck is my, oh, half gap is screwed because of the holiday shit. Okay, so we need to manually calculate half gaps. Let's do that real quick. Yeah, because there is no data yesterday at 3 o'clock. Okay, so let's do equities close on equities market was open on Wednesday, the full day. So let's mark Wednesday's close on QQQ and convert. Okay. The futures conversion is off. Okay, so let's go to here. Fuck. 188.60, and that is, oh, sorry. Let's do QQQ. We're gonna manually do the close here really quick. So it's about where that large opening candle. Okay, let's get back to here. Let's do hourly chart. Just market. totally backwards here because we don't have that data on futures. It's going to be 10 o'clock on Wednesday, which is 24. Doesn't make sense either. Okay, hold on. Let me just do it manually with SPY. It is going to be, I'm going to write them on the screen here. 15 o'clock SPY is going to be at 689.58. QQQ is going to be 623. Okay. We'll do Nasdaq's first. $25,842. Wait, did it show up? No, wait, that's it. Oh, that's the old one. Okay. 842. All right, and then let's do the S&Ps. And this math really quick. That's S&P futures. 69.83. Divided by 690.62 times 689.58. 6972.5. All right. So I marked the gaps, by the way. Okay, SPY just disappeared on me there. What was it? 972. Cool. All right, so I just marked the manual range on these gaps here. Anyways, what I was saying about the prop firm, so it looks like it's just like a nice clean upward move. Resilience is positive. The 1A trade on the BLU is just long it open. I'm not doing anything until probably the new year. I'm going to let this market kind of simmer down a little bit. Just kind of wait and see what happens. Inside of here, there's going to be a half gap. I'm going to mark it real quick, just like right there. I'm manually doing it because the holiday always makes this funky here. So anyways, the reason that the FundX Legacy 100K gives you more contracts, any extra contract is huge on the risk model. It's high risk to the firm the more they give you, and it's low risk to you the more they give you. The idea that micro scaling is such a big deal, when some firm gives you two minis and one micro, two minis and 20 micros, and one firm gives you two minis and 5 micros, you may not think too much about it. You may be wondering, how come if you're giving me two minis, you don't just give me 20 micros? This is a huge deal to the prop firm. It's a huge deal for the risk model to give you a bunch of micros to trade with. It's the amount of things you get to trade that make the risk model change so much. It's not the denomination of how come I'm not giving like $2 and then, 20 dimes. Like, what's the deal? Why is it so weird like this? It's because every chance you get at the market to subdivide your risk and just trade at different spots gives you more opportunities to be right. If I was given 5 micros versus 2 micros, I only get 2 places to guess at the market. And the market only pivots at one spot. And so if you guess in multiple places, there's a higher probability that you get at least one of them right is there. If you get less the trade, what if the market pivots like here and you stop out on this one, never enter that one? I'm not gonna be trading today. I'm just gonna chill. So does this make sense to you guys really quick? Somebody asked like the contract thing. The more chances you get to play and subdivide your risk and place a contract at different places, the higher probability is you're at least right on one of them. Does that make sense? So the scalability is a huge deal. If you give yourself the ability to trade more, you're gonna throw money at more places and ultimately be right by guessing in more places. So giving you more contracts, even on the micro scaling rule, is a huge deal. So this is a huge value to the prop, and we found out in our prop model, is that if they're giving you 5 micros versus 20, this is significantly worse than this, not just a little bit worse. So the idea is when you get 2 extra contracts to trade, just like if the 50K account gives you 5 and the 100K account gives you 7, the 2 extra contracts gives you a lot higher probability of passing by subdividing that risk out. So when you're paying for account, you guys probably never realize this, but a number of contracts that you're given is a big part of the value. A lot of times prop firms will give you a lot more than you need so that you blow up. But on the micro side or the smaller scale side, a difference between 5 and 7 is a pretty big deal. And so the extra value is the ability to scale with the extra amount. So scaling, right? Scaling into a position or scaling into a winning position. So that's where like value is when it comes to some of these firms. You start exploring their risk model, you realize that the way people can trade them is like, you know, the brute force technique of just buying evals and trading at every spot, blow up, and eventually win sort of thing. The more opportunities you get to divide that risk up, the higher probability it is you beat the game. Yeah, somebody said the more you can DCA with micros, the higher the rate of success unless you're going against the trend with no structure. Yeah, Sean nailed it. Most days aren't trending. Most days are sort of flat to slightly up, which just chop and come back. The more you nailed it, the more you can DCA with micros, the higher the rate of success. And then of course, when you're funded, the more that you can DCA with minis, the higher the rate of success as well. And so people were like, I don't understand, you know, how the 100K is better than the 50K. I'm like, well, it's because you don't understand the scalability of accounts, as you can scale into a loser, or when you're winning, scale in higher to grow it. It's always a good, you know, it's always a good thing to get more contracts. Yeah, entry was the key. So, but it's the style you trade, right? So an example is if you did the I want to just not cheat the system, but like I want to beat the system sort of style and not really have a strong trading strategy, you can figure out if the daily range of NASDAQ is this much. You can decide that you can put an entry here. Let's just put E, a 1 here, and know that your entry is just small enough to survive the daily range. If the daily range is 40 points, then make sure that you can lose 40 points with whatever that size is, and you still survive the account. And so when it moves the daily range and you're still in drawdown but haven't lost the account, then you enter in a second time with everything else. And then you won the trade just by playing the range small enough here and then hitting it hard enough there, and then you literally made profit as you broke even there. The example being if one contract survives you at 40 points and you're giving you 5 to trade with, you bought 1, then you bought 4 more here, and then all of a sudden you made a fortune on the way up even though you were wrong on your initial trade. Your success rate goes up as long as you know the range and your first scaled entry isn't big enough to go after the range or blow you up after the range is achieved. So that's kind of the part that I'm trying to tell you guys about, is that the more contracts you're given, the more entry chances you get. If you're only given 2 contracts in this scenario, you can't buy 1 and then 4 more. You buy 1 and then 1 more, and then you break even in the middle, and then you make just a little bit of the whole trade. So people were doing this like range trading DCA strategy to brute force these accounts and all these firms. That's what they do. And so that they combat that by limiting the amount of contracts they give you. So yeah, when you're given extra contracts, you're basically given more chances to win. It's like you're at a carnival and they go, you know, throw the dart and pop this balloon, win a prize, and they give you 7 darts instead of 5. The 2 extra chances are probabilities that you pop the balloon. Pop the balloon is you nailed it at the right spot before the reversal. And so that's kind of like the way that it works. So yeah, Thomas. So that system I'm speaking of is not it's a way people sort of skirt or cheat the rules of prop firm. Not cheat the rules. They advantage play in props. They're utilizing the cheap entry in props to use that sort of DCA strategy to just brute force a victory. You can enter once and then make the money in a bull market. You can enter once really small and, you know, survive any chop and then hit it hard at the bottom of the chop and then win very easily against the prop system. This isn't real trading. This is the prop system. And your downside risk is the $100 you paid for the account. Right? Your win rate goes way up the more you're allowed to DCA. And prop firms used to have like a no DCA rule because of that. So today's trade, by the way, guys, today's setup, 1A setup, S&P 1A, which would be the open price to DD band if it does hold there. There is no downside play, I would think, today. I'm not going to do much until next year as far as like my big account. I've still got my funded next. I can still like try to, but I'm not really trading those either. Nvidia moving up nice and solid. BLU 1A trade. Nvidia gapped up to 190 and is trading up another $2 on the Nvidia deal with Grok. That's pretty big. Yeah, that pre-market bump up. And unless Nvidia starts selling off, you're not going to see the index selling off, to be honest. About 30 points up off the open. I don't think there's enough juice or power to get this market going all the way up to here. We did touch half gap at the open today with positive res. And so everything is just solid again. Ratio 94. So the market's really clean and bullish. Monthly maps also clean and bullish. They've been that way. So bottom of bull side slipping down, top of bear side slipping down, bullish, looking good. Oops. right. Monthly maps on S&P here. Monthly maps on Nasdaq there. Yeah, nice and clean. So when the top of the bull zone slopes down, top of the bear zone slopes down, when they're both sloping down, non-volatile, clean bull run, it's looking pretty solid. Again, like I'm not going to be pressing this market today. It's slow moving post holiday, probably no bearishness, but you never know how the market's going to turn halfway through the day. Typically the 1A trade I usually like to buy and then buy again on that good bull setup. But being with the low volume, I definitely would like to see something better. We do have these red lines I've marked on Nasdaq. If the market were to sell for any reason, which doesn't look like it is with the Nvidia thing, we've got like a support here for the bigger run up. So I don't know if today's the day that it does it, but I don't want to jump in on the small 1A trade and just mark it with, I would hit it with a mini and just sit on it and let it ride. Not really what I want to do today. Wait, the new funded account limits? Hold on. When did that announcement happen, Simon? Let me double check that I didn't miss it. Wait, you can have up to 5 funded just now? They didn't even tell me, they didn't even prep me for that. Hold on. Where'd y'all hear about that at? On their web, on their Twitter or something? The email just dropped. Oh, fantastic. My guy sent me a huge text this morning and didn't even say anything about it. So you can get up to 5 accounts funded of any size. Good. That was one of my original conversations with them. Was that if they were ever going to the route of capping payouts, they need to let you have more accounts to get there faster. That's kind of cool. Yeah, only 500 likes, somebody said. Smash the like button, friends, while y'all are chilling here. Smash the love button. Funded next. Yeah, you could have 12. Wait, so 5 of, wait, hold on. You can have 5 of any account. Oh, okay, wait, that's different. Okay, hold on. So used to, you could have 12 of the 25K accounts. Oh, so they're getting rid of the okay. So they're getting rid of the overall total profit cap. Okay, so that's good for the big accounts. It's bad for the small accounts. Oh, okay. So it's 5 across the set. That's what she said. I get that red line. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. You can get that red line today. Just rally from here. You saw Fun and X asking guy to interview, get a payout. Every firm is going to do that. Like, this is what I'm gonna be like the sort of champion of educating people. get used to it with every firm. This is the new standard for props. If you are cheating the system, you will likely be interviewed. That's the only way that'll happen, and they all will do it going forward. Don't ever be like, I hear somebody say something, whatever. Look, I work in e-commerce, I work in trading. You know how many fucking people out there try to scam me every day? You know, like, hey, your website has a glitch and I wasn't able to cancel. Can I get a refund for the last 6 months? I'm like, this is not true. Like, I tend to side with the prop firms in 9 out of 10 cases and the customer in 1 out of 10 cases, because usually the customer is doing something like breaking the rules and not knowing they're doing it. Typically, if they suspect you are not who you say you are, you will be interviewed. And that's not common, but that's kind of always going to be the case. Yeah. What we consider cheating the system, like you get banned for rule violation, and then you know, like not rule violation, but like, you know, you're exploiting something. I can't teach you guys, or I'm not going to teach you guys the exploits, right? But there's dozens of ways to like cheat the system by cheating parts of it. You're trading on a paper data feed, and a paper, like the most common, I guess I'll teach you, and you can't do it anymore because everybody is like automated to prevent that these days, but data feed arbitrage, right? The paper data feed and the real data feed. The paper data feed is tracking the real data feed. So if the real data feed moves, the paper moves like this. They're not moving at the same time. They're trying to move at the same time, but sometimes, because the paper data feed's not a real trading environment. So sometimes the real data feed will like move really quick, and the paper data feed's got milliseconds before it gets there. People were writing bots to exploit the difference between the real data and the paper data tracking it. It would have like 100% win rate, trade thousands of times a day, making 4 ticks per trade, and then racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars of payout potential in the first day. So that is an example. If you did that, they would ban you from the system. And if you try to get on a VPN and come around, and the AI shit they've got monitoring what you're doing flags you as, this is a similar trading style with somebody that just opened their first account, and the first account's already killing it out the door. Let's interview and see that this person's really the say they are. It's a 90-year-old woman in the middle of India, according to the KYC. And, you know, the kid got his grandma to sign up or something, right? Yeah, Mark Frank tried to scam me like 3 times already this morning. So you see, it makes sense, Derek. Like people, so the reason they interview people, and I've talked to so many prop firms about it, and it makes perfect sense. It's the same reason they'll walk over to you at the casino and say, hey, can you empty your pockets? Hey, do you know, can I see your cell phone, sort of thing? Because you're suspected of cheating. And, you know, teaching cheating is not the way of the law, the way of the land here. And usually it's never going to be like, let's interrogate this person just to shake them down. It's because you're doing something that is one of like the 10 things you shouldn't be doing. And you're only doing it if you're going out of your way to do it, to break the rules. Does that make sense? Would that make sense? Am I making sense? No, and nobody, and I mean nobody, that fairly gets to the profit target is ever, because they know if they interview people, it's risky to the business. The impression of that is bad. So trust me when I talked to Apex about this. I'm like, do you guys ever interview people? And they're like, it's rare. I mean, we do, but it's rare. And again, it's only if people cheat the system. And we know we don't like to do it, because when we do it, everyone hates us for doing it. So we try to do it as little as possible. And I'm like, I feel you. I'd be in the same boat. Yeah, every once in a while, I got to tell a customer, hey, you know, no, you didn't cancel your account. You just forgot. Because like, here's what happens at Rocks here sometimes. Sometimes you'll see this, like you'll see a payment, right? 159, and it'll be 159 and 159. And all of a sudden you'll see a cancel like this morning. Like the payment date is the 25th. And then on the 26th, they've canceled. We'll do some deductive reasoning as a business owner. This is the payment date. And they physically canceled the day after they were charged again. And they go, hey, There was a glitch in your system. I thought I canceled. Can I get refunds for all these months? Because I definitely canceled here. There's a glitch in your system. Clearly, they're scamming me, right? Makes sense. You were able to cancel just fine here after you were charged again. Oh, it's because you were charged again that you realized you were getting charged again. And then you're like, oh, shit, I'm still paying for this thing that I don't use. Let me go ahead and pretend that I charged here or canceled here and get a refund. So your website glitched. And I'm like, no, it didn't, because you're able to cancel today, the day after you made your payment. When really it happened, you actually checked that email account that you have and got the confirmation of the payment, and you just happened to glance at it that morning, and it was right there at the top of the list, and you saw it and go, holy crap, I'm still paying for this thing. So then you go cancel it like you should have, but then you're trying to scam me for all these extra months or something, you know? And so I know people's stories about what they do, not necessarily always accurate. And so, you know, in trading, people can lose money, and, you know, it happens, and they want to try to get as much as they can wherever they can go. So I'm not going to tell you guys, there's a million people out there trying to scam prop firms, more than the prop firms trying to scam people. That's how I feel. That's just because I hear all kind of stories. And I'm like, and if in that case I was asked a customer, hey, can I get on the phone with you? I don't ever do that. But if I were to say, you know, sorry, tough cookies, you know, you got to cancel. It's your responsibility. And you never emailed us over the months to let us know. You know, you never, if you canceled it, didn't get a confirmation email, you should have let us know months ago. And every time I do that, I run the risk of somebody going, this guy sucks, this guy's scamming, whatever. You know, it's like every time you have to deal with the customer in a sense that's non-conventional, you run the risk of just, you know, getting a bad review or something. So as little as possible do I do that. Normally I just tell the person, all right, don't be an idiot. Here's your money. I don't care. You know, have a good day. But, you know, I'm getting scammed. And the question is, do I want a 1-star review, or do I want to give somebody $300? You know, it's like not a big deal. And for the most part, I usually just try to do customer always is right as much as I can, just because of that. And every firm I think is the same way. I usually get people to say, I'm like, hey, did you really trust me? I'll give you your refund if you just, we don't do refunds here, but I'll give it to you anyways. If you just admit, yeah, you forgot. And they go, you're right, I forgot. And I'm like, see, don't have to tell me a fucking story. Just be honest. Like, I'm a good-hearted human being. If you're honest, hey man, times are tough. I blew up my shit. I'm done trading and I kind of don't have money to pay my bills. Can you help me out? And then we're like usually so cool about it. But you come at me and you're like, your system's glitched, you forgot, because secretly you're desperate, needing money. I'm usually like gonna give you a parenting talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be like, all right, you were yelling at Slacks all morning about this and trying to blame him. You go apologize to Slacks and I'll give you the refund. And I do that. I like parent. Like, you try to tell a lie, you try to tell a sob story that wasn't true. You're being honest. Okay, yeah, I forgot to pay. I know you forgot to pay. Put 2 and 2 together. You forgot to cancel. I know you forgot to cancel. So go apologize to my admins for making them have a bad day because you forgot to cancel your bill. And here's your money and have a good day. You know, like, but I still like gotta be a strong parental figure. Yeah. Yeah, to like yell at Slacks, like, there's a fucking glitch in your system, bro, and like that. And I'm like, don't give Slacks a bad day. Like, he's got to go spend his hours scrambling to try and investigate this and solve the problem. Like, talk to the devs, hey, there's probably a glitch in the site. Like, don't send us in a panic because you forgot to cancel your bill. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, with that being said, I know when the prop firms are asking to interview people, it's sparingly. I know that for a fact because you run the risk of somebody going on social media and then talking to all the influencers and like having them retweet your stuff. This prop firm's a scam, blah, blah, blah. Leave Slacks alone. Right. Okay. I'm glad I didn't chase along here. So I feel pretty good on this one. Which is nice. I thought today would be like the reset day, which would be cool. We're at overnight MHP right here. What are we trading at 855? You guys think we hit those red lines today? We just went very negative on resilience, which is crazy to see that, which is good. We fill the gap on NASDAQ. I think we go lower probably. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to take that long there out the door. I thought today would be the kind of like the pullback day. Nvidia retracing just a little bit back to the 190. So Nvidia opened at 190 yesterday at Asia Open, whenever equity started trading pre-market again. And so we gapped up to 190 and then we traded up to 192.5, just slightly pulling back a little bit. So this is pricing all of that in overnight. And we are testing MHP lows again, which might be today's bounce. Possible. Negative res might be resistance. Of a half gap, gonna watch careful on that one. Are we going to sell off or rally from here? Again, Nvidia starts to move. This is going to move with it. With the negative res and Nvidia being bullish, I wouldn't think that we have the resistance of a half gap. I think it's going to test the open one more time before it does try to fight its way lower. If we break this, it could be pretty violent. So is today the day we're moving? Let's double check the liquidity map on VIX though. Where's IDOC? She's been sleeping on breakfast. Recovering from like nonstop partying in Christmas time. Liquidity pocket on VIX. So volatility is present, and we're still kind of going to be our kind of be on alert today, guys. We're going to cycle through here. Probably hit that. Probably test one more time. It'll with negative res at minimum, if it is bullish, there's a W-shaped bottom. It's going to test this a couple of times. So I think today this ends up right there, tries to move, and then it'll have to fight for like the next hour to get back down to there. I think we'll see. Love from India. What's up, man? Love back towards you. But I think the idea is whenever, you know, prop firms are going to evolve, and a lot of them are going to be giving new rules, new setups. You're going to start seeing like a standardization now, as everybody's sort of kind of like stumbled onto the working equation. The best firms in the world, apart from Apex, is the only one that is the outlier to the group. The best firms in the world have stumbled upon like this equilibrium of kind of the same thing that works. 5 accounts, end of the day drawdown, capped payouts, well-defined, quickly turn somebody to live program, give them like potential to make 100K sim funded, and then push them to live. That model, Top Step, My Funded Futures, Tradeify, now Funded Next. The firms that are leaning towards that model are going to be the ones that survive. The firms that aren't leaning towards that model are going to learn the hard way that one volatile month or one crazy quarter is going to make their firm insolvent. So as we've gone through like 2 or 3 years of, you know, prop firms trying to figure out where the best model is, the ones that are going to stick around and survive. And again, how Apex is doing it, I don't know. It's just probably because the sheer volume is so crazy. They monopolize like that whole 90% off world, and others that try to do it just can't get the volume. So I think Apex has survived off the volume alone. They're the largest prop firm by far, I would say, as far as like net sales goes. And just listen, besides like the propaganda you guys get from Top Step saying they're the biggest, they haven't been the biggest for a couple years. Apex is the biggest, clearly by a long shot in sales. And I think it's just because they monopolize the cheap prop account model. And they're the only ones that have that ability to be in like the top 10 with that model. Everyone else that tries to do it doesn't make sales because Apex just undercuts and overwhelms. But every other firm in the top 10 is the same model, 5 accounts, you know. And so I think that's where they'll all end up in the next year or two. If you want to apply for a job, it's best to apply at Rocketplace site. To contact me or the team, just email Matt at Rocket Scooter. Currently, right now, we haven't put out any notices for hiring. Well, we'll be hiring people for the new website that's coming out in the first quarter. Developers, salespeople, account managers, things like that. Yeah. Know anything about Alpha Capital? I don't know anything about Alpha. I know we looked at it one time on stream, but I don't remember. Was that the one y'all asked me about this morning? Was that Alpha? See, I don't even remember this morning. What about TBT, best daily payout prop? TBT is one of the top prop firms, period. And they also have a unique model. But everyone else is starting to copy the TPT model and the equilibrium. I'm sorry, I didn't mention TBT in the list earlier. Yeah, TBT, top 5. It's probably our most used code or second most used code these days. It switches now. FundedX used to be the most used code, and now it's like in 4th. So it shifts around. TBT has their daily payout model with the intraday trailing drawdown on the funded side. A lot of the firms are copying that as well as part of the equilibrium model. The rapid or daily payout thing. So the new hot thing these days are rapid payouts, 3-day or 4-day payouts, daily payout model, and then the 5-day end of the day drawdown. I think that's the new equilibrium that all firms are going to have. And so like Tradeify made a select, which is similar to TBT. My Funded Futures made a rapid, similar to TBT. So like your top 5 firms in the end, depending on what happens with Top Step, probably won't be in the top 5. They'll probably be top 10 after all this. But yeah, I mean, FundedX is evolving to the same pathway. So FundedX will survive. Funding Ticks, they're going through some stuff right now, so I don't know what's going to happen with them. But the top 5 are going to be Apex, FundedX, My Funded Futures, Tradeify, and TPT for the long haul. Like they've solidified the model. They have the customer base, they have the revenue, and they're solid, right? Yeah, Tradeify was select. So what I think is happening is you're starting to see the soda companies that used to have like thousands of flavors. Like this guy had mango soda, this guy had strawberry banana soda, and they've all kind of merged to like, okay, we've got a cola, a lemon lime, a root beer, and an orange. And then they all have their version of that, right? And I think that that really is where we're landing in 2026. That your infinite array of soda flavors have now boiled down to the top 4 types, and then we're going to stay there for a while and live in what I call like the silver era of props. The golden era of props was the golden era for customers, right? When everybody was able to go in there and get $1 million payouts and world record payouts. And what about Lucid? Lucid's great. Like I've heard a lot of good things about Lucid, and AJ and I are overdue for a powwow. We were chasing each other around because of the holidays, but Lucid is great. They're like Tradeify, very similar. So now I would say the silver era of props starts in 2026. The silver era for customers is as shiny like the gold era. It's going to be cheap and easy to get payouts for you guys. You're not going to get $1 million payouts anymore. That era is long gone this next year. And the silver era would be a standardized prop space where the top 5 or 6 are very near identical to each other. And the only differences between them are going to be marketing and sales. Like you're going to see everybody's going to have pretty much the same equilibrium. They've all stumbled upon. So like, what do you like better? Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb? Which one tastes better to you? The small differences in flavor will be the silver era. It'll be much easier in the silver era. It'll be much easier as a shopper, because I've realized this as I'm putting together the like world's most comprehensive prop comparison site. I've studied every prop firm's offerings, well, at least in the initial data with all of our partners in there. That in reality, they're all scoring very similar to each other, which means they're all evolving to be very similar to each other in one way or another. And when I started putting some data in for like some of the smaller firms, the score is just horrible. So like the top firms are starting to figure out how to sort of have similar, like really, really rock solid, like risk spread between like each other is very minimal. Anyways, in the silver era of props, you'll have cap payouts. You'll have a very quick and easily known path to live. No subjectivity, and you know you're going to make your 100K and go live, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. And the top 5 firms in the silver era will be like 80% of the market share. Right now, the top 5 firms are kind of like this, right? There's the top 5 firms, and then you have hundreds of tiny firms, each with a sliver of share in the golden era. I would say top 5 firms are probably a little bit less than 50% of the market share. In the silver era, the top 5 firms are going to be more than 50% of the market share, and they're going to continue to grow. And one by one, these little firms are going to go bankrupt and have just fewer firms in existence. So in the silver era, your bigs are going to get bigger, your smalls are going to get eliminated, the ones that don't standardize and keep up. So you're going to start seeing, I think in 2026, maybe to 2028, the next 2 years, about maybe 60 to 80% of the prop firms out there are probably going to vanish. They won't be able to sustain, or they'll probably still be there, but they won't get any traction. And I think that's kind of where we're going. Will prop firms market slow in the future? No, it's a massive growth explosion that will continue to grow year over year. The biggest growth period was in 2020 during COVID, but it still doesn't matter. Like there's more people coming to futures every single year. The props are growing. Like essentially the prop model, like prop sales look like this in 2020 and then 2021 and then 2022 and then 2023 and then 2024, then 2025. Like they're doing this. So after the like COVID explosion and then the recession in 2022, big prop is still growing. And it's getting a lot of attention. A lot of people are joining futures. If you make 100K, you're never allowed to trade sim again. So the goal is if you make 100K, you go live. And I think down the road, certain prop firms have like equilibrium. They have rehab programs to where once you fail your live, you can go back into the sim after some time. And I think that like the standard when they all go there is once you fail live, they're going to want to keep you as a customer. So they're all going to create rehab programs. ETF already has one like that. Used to, when you'd go live, you were banned trading sim for like 3 years. With ETF, it was that when I signed my live contract, it was like, you can't trade sim for like 2 or 3 years. But I think because they don't want to lose you as a customer, the idea is if you fail the live, which you could blow up in 5 days or whatever, then you go become someone else's customer. They're going to realize they don't want that to happen. So I think what prop firms will do, will start space racing that reset period. If you fail live, don't worry, you can come back and trade sim again after 60 days. The next one will be like after 30 days, next one after 10 days. And they'll space race that back down to, you can go back to live within a week, probably, or go back to funded within a week. So I think that going forward, you can expect every prop firm to be about the same. The majors, 100K payout, slightly different flavors in the account. And I think that's where we're going. And then a rehab program that you can go back to funded, sim funded, even if you fail the live. So that's my belief. Yeah, resilience is still negative, huh? I don't think we're selling off from here. Looking hanging on to that MHP, holding pretty solid, I would say. We had the same sort of setup the other day. Well, that's like 2 or 3 days ago. Kind of like memory strikes me right. We didn't. What day was it? I think it was this choppy day. We had. There was a day that was a lot like this one. Market's a full day today. It was like this day. Anyway, yeah, I think it was similar to this day. Yeah, it was. I think what day was that? Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. And we just basically like had that same setup, and the market tested the gap fill, then hung tight, and then just sort of like rallied for the rest of the day. Almost looks exactly the same. A little bit of positive movement there in the market. No sell off, I don't think, today. Market's still trying to find every excuse to be bullish here. What's Nvidia's doing? Well, Nvidia bump there. Giving the market some love. So my fund and futures changing scale plans. Yeah, like the firms are kind of evolving to what's kind of hot and popular. I think that, you know, with the core being so hot and the rapid being so hot, you know, this is kind of like the new equilibrium, I think. Have Eric investigated Mentor Q? I don't know what that is. What is Mentor Q? Never heard of it. Is it a prop firm? How much does Tradeify select with Rocket Scooter code? I think right now it's 35% off on the Rocket Scooter code. This reminds me exactly like Tuesday. Remember Tuesday was like that same sort of thing. Tuesday like rallied up and then sold all the way down to close and then sort of like did this for the rest of the day. So could be another day just like that. Got negative resilience going on here. One. Red's not improving yet. Don't look like it is. I would say that honestly, if you want my opinion today, I don't know if we're gonna get that big day where we just like, remember like Tuesday where we just push up higher. You ready to give away in a little bit? Holiday, I don't think we're gonna get 1,300 people today. What I get for Christmas? Oh, dude, I got so I don't ask for a lot for Christmas. I tell people don't get me anything because like I don't really, you know, I don't really have a need for a lot of like stuff. But this year it was the first time I ever like had a Christmas list. People ask me. So I have in my backyard a small like back porch sort of covered area where I have my griddle. I have a Blackstone. And I have like a prep table here next to it. And I saw that Weber has like a new griddle. And I don't know if you guys have this one. And it looked like the Blackstone, I know it has like a cult following because it's like cheap and you can get them at Home Depot. And I loved it for a little bit, but let me tell you something about, I didn't get one, but IDOC's gonna get me one. For whatever it is, dude, the Blackstone griddle is not flat. Like when I scrape it, I can feel that I'm not making solid contact with the metal. It doesn't scrape clean and easy. So I think the metal was not heat annealed or treated like the actual metal is sort of warping a little bit. And so Blackstone, I think, is like not that good. And I know everybody loves it. So I'm curious if you guys have used the Weber griddle. This one I think is the one that I saw, the 36-inch, and it would get rid of the prep table and storage area. So I basically would get rid of the prep table and have more room on my porch. It's a griddle. It's got some prep wings on the side. It's got some storage container down here, and the actual quality of the surface metal plate looks really solid, right? You thought it was just yours that don't feel level? Bro, I'm telling you, anybody have a Blackstone that doesn't feel like it's a flat surface? Like, raise your hand. So I've enjoyed my Blackstone for the year that I've had it. Dude, I paid like 150 bucks for it. For the purpose it served, it's been awesome. But the griddle, this looks completely like higher quality. So I think like we're gonna go for this one. It's obviously a little more expensive, but I don't know if anybody has experience with the Weber. And it's kind of nice because, you know, when you scrape it clean, it's got the lips on the side here. And it's got its little container that you can keep on the bottom, and then you can slide that out to pull your grease out. And the problem with the Blackstone is the Blackstone has this like container that goes on the back. It's like a little cup that hangs off the back. So you can't even push it flush against the wall, which kind of sucks. And then when you try to like take that container out, if it's overfilling while you're cooking, you're like reaching over a hot surface. It's a whole mess. Like with the Weber, it's like, oh, you just slide the tray out and you're good. So that's what I want for Christmas. Did your Blackstone warp? Dude, I feel like it warped after like the first 2 or 3 times of using it. So I told iDoc to get me this thing. So that'll probably be my Christmas present if I get one. If I get that. The other thing she got me was like a really kick-ass rangefinder, since I'm playing a lot of golf now. I got one of those expensive ones with like the LED screens. This is really nice. So I got that, and then the other present is she's taking all of my shoes to the shoe hospital and paying for all like my nice white sneakers getting cleaned up, which is a huge present, by the way. It's like many, like, you know, depending on repair or quality, you're paying like sometimes upwards of $100 a pair of shoes. What's my handicap? Horrible. Probably plus 300. I haven't actually played golf at an actual course enough to even calculate my handicap in the last decade. Think NASDAQ will go up or down? If NVIDIA goes up, NASDAQ won't come down. If NVIDIA sells a little bit, then the NASDAQ will come down. Guns, get more guns. I can always get more guns. That's always a good idea. But yeah, so this year she can take my shoes. I have like 1 million pairs of shoes. Really nice white sneakers that get scuffed up a little bit. And I said, just take my shoes to get them all cleaned up. You know, they make them white again. They make them bright again. I've got a white pair of white pair of shoes of like every brand. I've got like Hermes, Louboutin, Cucinelli. They all are nice when you buy them, and then you walk around in them and they get like black scuffs on the side, or you actually kick a curb or something when you're walking, scrape the leather. I'm like, get all my shoes fixed. Now, one thing I hate about these shoe repair places is that if sometimes they'll bleach to try to get stains out, and it'll completely ruin the color. If you ever have to take your white shoes in to get them fixed, you tell them don't bleach this, clean it. Because I had an old pair of Louboutins and they came back looking like blue when they used to be white. So like, but in their defense, I think they painted a layer on it, because those shoes, I was at a club and I was like standing on the booth seat rather than, you know, sitting on the top of the booth, you know, with your feet on the seat itself. It's like there's a chair like this and I'm sitting at the top. And then some girls kicked over the hookah and the coal literally landed on my shoe and I didn't even know it, and was sitting there like burning itself into the side of my shoe for like however long, until it started smelling smoke, and I'm like, oh, there's a hot coal under my foot. So it burned a hole in the side and they tried to fix it, but then it came out looking all warped and weird, so blue looking. I just ended up buying a new pair, but you gotta be careful with those shoe hostels. They could ruin your big expensive shoes. So that's gonna be my now they're blue Vuittons instead of Louboutins. So anyways, so I was like, take all my shoes in and get them cleaned, and then that'll be my present. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. When my mom asked me what I wanted, I was like, just give me like a 20 pack of like Hydra 3 razor blades refills for the year. Like, shave my neck. I don't really want much, but my mom got me this got me and iDoc each kind of the same thing. We got a candle holder that like is a candle heater, so that you don't have to actually like use a lighter anymore. It's just like this lamp that like heats up a candle, and it was decorative and it matches like our walls, so that's pretty cool. I got a new pair of flip-flops. We're all surfers in the family, so we all like to get each other like surf gear, you know, bathing suits, swimsuit, you know, gear, flip-flops, things like that. So I'm always getting like surf gear from mom, so I got some cool flip-flops for the beach. A wax warmer, is that what they call it? Yeah, like a wax warmer. I don't even know what the hell it's called. That's cool looking though. So I got that. iDoc's mom got me some coffee from Vietnam. It's my favorite coffee. It's like you can only get it from there. It's and it's funny, it's like instant to go packs. It comes with the creamer, the sugar, and the coffee all mixed together. Just put it in some hot water, stir it up. It's extremely basic, and I'm sure it's a very common thing. You probably get it at every place in Vietnam, like every hotel, every whatever restaurant, like instant coffee. But you don't get them here. And so she knew that I was out, so she got me some packs of the singles of that. What's the brand? It is called, let me see if I can find the, it's Good Morning Coffee. So even at the Asian grocery stores here, you can't really find it. It's this right here. It's all it is. It's Good Morning 3-in-1. Tran Quang Good Morning Vietnamese Instant Coffee Mix. That's all it is. You can probably order it like third party like this, I guess you can get from eBay, but it's literally this. Yeah, so she brought some from Vietnam one time and I was like, oh, I love these things. I just it's not like the best tasting coffee in the world. It's just like the mix is pretty good. Instant coffee mix, just take a packet, throw in some hot water. It's pretty good. You can usually go to like H Mart or something and get similar things. Like you can get these over there, but this is just spray dried coffee. This is like a cappuccino mix in a way. Just like instant cappuccino. The best coffee comes out of the cat shit. Oh yeah, I remember that. but it's pretty good. For instant coffee, it's like the best tasting instant coffee ever. So it's like an instant cappuccino in a way. In the morning, I also have an espresso. That's what I really like. So I usually wake up and would make an espresso for myself, and but that's it. Trust me if I say, if you're going to go out of your way to get it and you're like, Matt recommended it, and then you drink it, you probably won't be like, oh my God, this is the best coffee I ever had. You'd probably be like, why does Matt like it so much? It's pretty average. It's probably because it's just, you know, it's like instant cappuccino in a package. And it actually tastes pretty normal. Like it doesn't taste bad. It's not overly sweet. It's like perfectly balanced. Yeah, the cat poop coffee was overrated for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the allure of that is. I know the acids change the bean or something. I don't know. Where is Ethan? I don't know. Today it's like it's holiday day, so I'm expecting like most people to probably be out and about. I'm surprised 1,000 of you showed up today. All right, you guys, let's have some fun. Do me a favor, my friends, hit that like button real quick. We're gonna throw out an Apex giveaway in a second. Let's get that up to 750. We're getting there. No, My Fun at Futures is first. My bad. No, Apex. Sorry, I typed My Fun at Futures. I meant Apex. 700. All right, let's get 60 more. We'll do it. Everyone, smash that thumbs up button real quick if you can. Sorry, not Fun to Next is Apex. My bad. I meant to type that this morning. Are we doing My Fun to TV today? I don't think we're doing it till Monday. Let me double check. Yeah, no My Fun to TV today. Bum, 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 bum. Negative res on the gap fill. What do we think, y'all? Is this the same trading day as Tuesday? Gonna squeeze everybody and just make the bears hurt again. Sell off, rally, fill the gap, rally. Or, I remember this day. I had a pretty decent day. I longed, short, longed again, did nothing else. I remember that day. Didn't really do much else. Holiday, of course. Oh, I didn't stream on Wednesday. I was like, what did I do this day? I went to brunch and met Santa Claus. Is this the day where it goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes? And again, it's a bear whoop ass party. When will gold and silver stop? I feel like gold and silver are becoming tulip at this point, right? Who knows how high silver and gold madness is going to be? I'm kind of blown away by the sheer straight upness of the monthly chart. Now, in periods in the past, let's go back to, like, you know, growth periods we've had. It's gone up in a ridiculous sense, especially since the last recession. So remember, after the financial crisis happened, silver went from $8 to 50. So that's over 6 times, right? Oh, that's a lot. Which is crazy. In other times of global turmoil, the post-September 11th Afghanistan, Iraq wars, we went from $4 until about $20, like 5 times the growth, right? So let's look at it relative, right? Since we've kind of been stable here since post-COVID, 17 times 5 is 70. We're like 5 times the growth already, which is pretty much the growth peak we see, right? Remember, we go from 8 to 50. That's about 6. You know, 4 to 20, that's about 5. And we're talking, you know, 17, 18 to 70 is about 5 too. We pretty much, I think, have done as much as it usually grows on these big burps. The last big run up tulip style went from 4 to 50. So it's like the 9th inning, I would say, if you want a way to describe it. This is the 9th inning of the gold rally, but you could still score a lot of runs in that 9th inning. So, you know what I mean? It's the top of the 9th. No outs. Bases loaded right now. You know what I mean? It's like the game could be over in three batters, or the game could go on for another hour or two, but it's probably the 9th inning. You know what I mean? I mean, it has gone straight up. And the typical mechanisms, you know, counter to inflation, counter to the dollar depreciating, Fed cutting rates, is all leading into the frenzy. And at some point, the frenzy is going to stop. And I would say that $80 was just looking at it, is about where it can probably sort of maybe start to question itself. But never underestimate the squeeze power of a bull market and bears getting squeezed, or the power of bullish stupidity. We can hit 100 psychologically before anything happens. You could run those bases dozens of times over in the 9th inning. So yeah, we said the same thing before 2000, right? So this environment, like, I don't, you know, obviously in geopolitical unrest, you can expect the gold and other things to move, but it's not like it's not really that big of a, it's not like a global war going on, right? It's not US involvement. The people are quoting Venezuela and Ukraine. I don't really think that's the reason. I don't know. This time the central banks are loading on metals like China. I think so, right? It's easy to borrow, it's cheaper to borrow money these days. Relative. I think it's just a straight play against the loss of value of the dollar. The dollar is absolutely collapsing, so it makes sense, right? Central banks are stockpiling on gold, and you would expect that. Yeah. There's enough of a threat to justify the move. I think Bourbon's right. I think it's not enough of a global threat to justify the move. I think it's just a tulip frenzy at this point. It's at that like euphoria phase. Once everyone starts like, okay, where do I get in on gold? It's getting close to the end. And the idea is that it's just a hedge against the dollar and the Fed. I think that's all that it is. And China has a big part of that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's the dollar collapse is the reason, the major reason. Yep. All right, chat, let's go. Apex giveaway round 1. Slow, heavy rock, Volk's part, put something in. Let it fall, let's hear it. All right, type Apex in chat, you guys. We're gonna give away 3 accounts of any size with Apex. You guys are welcome to check it out. I've had many talks with the folks at Apex. I've met up with them twice in the last 2 weeks. They're on a strong path to modernization, and their prop firm. More rigid rules set, new plans coming out at the beginning of the year, a straight to funded account coming out at the beginning of the year, and some other things that are coming down the pipeline. It's gonna be cool. they're starting to really sort of like understand their own model as well and what really works and doesn't. And I think at the end, my opinion on Apex used to be solidified off y'all's opinion. I never had a bad experience trading with them ever. You guys had opinion based on social media, which had other people having a bad opinion. But the bad opinion, I think, is, as we voted here in chat, it seems like not a lot of people have had horrible experiences. So I changed my mind about, you know, what I thought the new experience was like, because I haven't traded with them in a year. It seems to be just as good as when I traded with it, so. And I do like the direction they're going with the firm, you know. It's always good to like be cautious when you don't know anything and then like solidify your opinion after gathering some data. Remember, in the golden era of prop guys, props are still figuring out. They still got their sea legs and they're walking on land, right? This is a new environment. Believe it when I say this, right? I'm in a person that's in an emerging industry, right? Building a trading platform. Kind of where we are now, there's a standard where platforms are, and you really don't innovate further into it. It's pretty much all very much 90% similar. DOMs, charts, scanners, whatever, right? So imagine that like before you have that standardization, everybody's trying to like work in a business model that has no competition and uncapped, untethered. You can do whatever you want, no regulation. And people are still trying to figure out how to make the business survive, but give you quality product with it. So a lot of the firms, I think, in the last 2 or 3 years, are trying to like figure out where they're gonna land. And when we land, I think the top 5 are gonna be the top 5. And Apex is certainly one of them. This is Let It Fall by Volksparts, the last submission in the song submission channel. So yeah, and fully transparent, we had like 3 people send me their story with Apex of how they got denied some payout after making some payout. So they still got something. 0 people sent me a message saying I got fully denied, I didn't make anything. And most people that said something, they said they had a decent experience. So I'm gonna go off of what the community. Simon Dean, what's up, man? Congrats. I'm gonna go off of what my community says, because I trust you guys more than I trust what Twitter says. Turn it down a little bit. Is it Tuesday all over again? Nice clean run up rally to finish out the year. Negative 30 res, negative 23 res. This is the same. Nvidia is NASDAQ. That's it. I wonder what the S&P is doing though. Let's go ahead and look at it. Token ring. Type something in chat, bud. Let me switch this to S&P real quick. Oops. Type something in chat, bud. I like that song. Type something in chat to claim your prize, sir. Is this the day, despite all odds, despite negative res, we just continue to press higher? A market that just won't sell off. Is there a cap payout? Yeah, so on Funded Next, there is not a cap payout, but at 100K total combined, payout, they'll move you to live. So you can think of it as like 100K sim profit and you're done. Yeah, it's very weird on the site the way it's still labeled as like uncapped payouts, but you go live at 100. So it's not really uncapped. What happens if you get 100K in your first payout? If you have 100K sim profit, they're gonna move you to live. Once it's all, they're still kind of like doing it for some and not doing it for all, but like as soon as they iron everything out, because they're changing the rules a little bit, like to try to get it sort of solid for the way they really want to do it. It's gonna basically be if you get 100K payout potential, they're gonna move you to live and put a lot of it in the bank. So what you want to do is take out as much of it as you can before the 100K in small chunks. That way you can get as much of it as you can. If your goal is to get the sim payout, not to get the live thing. That makes sense? John Ball Real Estate. Congrats, John. Not here. Oh. So I would think that like you would just want to take out as much as you can as often as you can. Every 5 days, just take what you got or take something and try to sneak as far as you can towards that 100K before they move you to live. Consider the live accounts from prop firms like not the best thing now, but in the future, in the silver era of props, the live will be a more substantial part of the program. So the competition will be giving you bigger live accounts and things like that. These days, Vision Power winner. I think these days the live accounts are kind of like shitty with most of all the props. Imagine like, you know, making it to live and you're like, congratulations, here's your $7,000 account sort of thing. The good ones are giving you 10 to 20. You know, it's like you're not paying your bills off of that, right? So it's a prize, but it's like a lottery scratch off with a $20 prize. You're not rushing to the store to cash it in. You're like, next time I get gas, if I remember, I'll walk in and cash it in. You know what I mean? So I think the silver era of props will be that the lives become more substantially competitive with each other. Your traditional good prop firm is going to be like a $20,000 live account, give or take, with some in the bank. I think as it becomes more and more competitive, they might even create tiers of live, like, hey, you know, if you get to this tier, we'll give you this much. If you get to this tier, we'll give you more. If you get to this tier, we'll give you more. So as you achieve certain stages in your live account, they might give you more money for it or even unlock bigger live accounts with better rules. You know what I mean? I think the silver era is the era that live becomes much more of a prominent feature, whereas live is just not some tiny bonus you get at the end. The song is called Won't Go Under by Roga the Lamb. This is the same trading day as Tuesday. It feels exactly the same. Bleed up, blow up the shorts sort of day. Silver and gold just not stopping. It's incredible. Could it be that a lot of the big funds and firms across the world were selling their tech stocks to buy gold? I was wondering, like, end of the year, what was the major reason people were selling a lot of their tech and you know, things that made a quick run? Was that motivation just to buy gold and silver? All right, the three of you guys, congrats, winners. Winners, go to the Discord, go to the contest channel, take a screenshot of your YouTube ID, send it to Slacks, our admin in that channel, let him know you won, send him that screenshot, have an account with Apex already, let him know that ID that goes with that account, your login email, and then we'll hook you up with the two giveaways. Congrats. Somebody says, did it ever happen that a live account was claimed by the prop firm If you made too much money, so they cancel your rights of power of attorney over it. Oh, they can't do that. It's a contract when you open the account. So you can't just cancel somebody's legitimate right to something. So that would be an absolute no-no. Like you said, you make so much money in a live account, they just are like, yeah, whatever, it's mine, you can't have it. It's like you own 80% or whatever the split is of that account. They own 20% of it. They have rights, and so do you have rights in the contract as well. It's contract. So there's no way. No, there would be Discord. If you go down to the link in the description below, the Discord is down there. That's a good thought. I don't know as much legality as I probably should. Investigate the possibility of that. But as far as my understanding goes, you can't just cancel the power of attorney that you give someone. You can't just cancel that contract. You own whatever you own of it. So the rights are yours. Mm-hmm. Got some stocks moving. Oh, by the way, we have already completed our here's just the test, by the way. Share with you guys a little picture. So we've already created the event log. Right now we're making it to where it is customizable. The event log being here. So the event feed is going to be a part of the bottom pane widgets next to our IDD table. So you'll be able to program events, cross up MHP, cross down MHP, cross up half gap, cross down half gap. So as resilience is going over, you can come to the event feed and see which stocks are the ones that did it. Does that make sense? So this was the new thing. Like right now, oh, these are going up. I wonder what stock just broke MHP. Go to the event log and see the order. Oh, there they are. So that's on the test server right now. Could we sort by market cap? I need to put that on there too. Oh, in event feed. Parameters. Can we list the market cap as well? Make the columns. That's pretty cool. Do you think NQ could still go up? I wouldn't today, personally. I'm wanting to sit out today just to watch and see what happens in this market. Yeah, I'm not like trying to put too much. I'm not trying to put too much weight on this market right now. End of the year, low volume, and we're just basically going to be tracking what some of the major tech stocks are doing, right? Which have sort of like stopped selling off for the time being, which is good. Nothing out there is selling really hard or looking too bad. This reminds me of, this is the same trading day as Tuesday, just a tiny little dip at the open. Continue to rally. Kind of the same setup. You had that sort of 1A pocket trade. Rallied, tested the close of the previous day, went up to half gap, and then res went positive. Then it just continued to rally for the entire day. This could be like the same setup. Hit the middle half gap, filled the gap, res is getting to be positive, and could rally for the rest of the day. So we'll see. You need a gas to get your ass and gassed up. Let's go. All right, it's now 10 o'clock. Nvidia's had a nice, Nvidia's had a really nice run since pre-Christmas close. We had a nice run up a rally, Nvidia rally on Tuesday, and then of course Wednesday was flat. They had all that news come out, and Nvidia's running again, breaking the previous highs of December, which is good. It's good to see that looking solid there. This is probably what, like the 7th or 8th day we just been sort of rallying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 6 days. No downside yet. Nothing crazy. Downside has been limited. No hedge pressure breaks. Like, you know, like remember that time earlier in the week, hedge pressure would just like challenge itself and break. All those times I was trying to long it hard. And then now we're hitting hedge pressure, low volume. The market's not having that volume to break it. Clean and steady, nice, easy run. Today was looking like it was going to break it. I was actually getting a little like thrilled to see we can grab a nice, I wanted to tap longs on these bigger retraces, which will probably hit maybe tomorrow the next day or Monday the next day. It's like Tuesday all over again. So the question becomes, what happens from here, right? The market back to where we opened. This is kind of like, I was like, let me just see how today plays out. You know, obviously with NVIDIA looking great. Nasdaq and S&P aren't necessarily going to be crashing out or selling off. The question becomes, does resilience go positive? Just like we've had another day like Tuesday and we just squeezed back up to 26,000. Is that where we're going today? Are we going to stay internal to the day? Is there going to be some like, you know, post Europe close sell off of the NVIDIA stock? Who knows? Probably not. I would say there's not a volume, I think, for the market to really do too much damage today. Yeah, since the post earnings tank, we've been sort of like grinding up higher. I will tell you guys, if there's a mad dash for the door for silver and gold on any particular day, that could cause a big turnaround in all markets. People still levered up on gold and silver, you know, once those things start squeezing to the downside, can probably cause like a really nasty sell-off day around the board, just because, you know, people are so levered up on gold right now. You know, if they start popping stop losses on the gold side, you know, people might start liquidating other stuff to stay in the gold trade. Like the views ratio is pretty good. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. Giveaway over. I'll probably do something in a little bit. The S&P wants that 7,000. I know, it looks like it wants it, right? Like it wants it so bad. Resilience still not positive. I'm always reluctant to take the 1A trade off the open with negative resilience. Is always a sit out for me. Right out the door, I was gonna wait and see what happens. Oh, there was some travel today, but post Christmas, low volume. I'd rather trade like a bigger stretch. I should have logged in hedge pressure probably, but no, we did fund a next giveaway earlier today. Daniel, you just missed it. We're doing giveaways pre-market now, everybody. So show up within 30 minutes from market opens. The first giveaway is always in the morning. So we'll do a giveaway right at 9 o'clock. You able to create Python automation scripts, rock scooter levels for yourself, Sean? Not in the platform, but you can rip the data from the platform and make your own local program out of it. Like if you want to write your own script to do something locally, as long as you don't redistribute it or redistribute the data to anybody, you can kind of do whatever you want on your end. With an API, not to rock scooter, no. No, so you mean like to send data into the platform or pull data out of the platform? For you, the data is cached inside the browser, so you can actually just rip the data yourself from your own platform and feed your own software. As long as it's local. As long as you're not redistributing the data, then we're fine with whatever you do with it inside of your confines your own computer. You can't recreate anything and redistribute it to a single person though. It's only your right to the data. So like if you want to write a script that automates your own trading, the rock scooter levels, then write some code to just, you know, yank it out of the browser. You'd be fine with NDA. No, it's not NDA. That's the problem. It's the exchange agreement. We're not allowed to allow you to redistribute the data. The exchange doesn't allow us to allow you to create automation in the platform itself. So we're limited by two things. Number one, our exchange contract. And number two is the liability of us doing something. Like, we don't allow you to do automation of your own trading in the platform, A, for the liability, but B is because we'd have to have a different exchange agreement, which will cost us a whole lot more. You have to they make you pay a lot for that, like hedge funds and stuff that want to do automated trading. They take a bigger fee per month. But the second is the liability. We don't allow that because we're not, you know, investment advisors, licensed professionals or anything. So technically it could be constituted as us giving you trading advice for actual trading. So we couldn't do that on top of that. But if you want to automate your own trading, the way to do it is to write some kind of program locally that interacts with something locally, like TradingView, which is in a browser, Rocket Scooter, which is in a browser. And you can connect the two pretty easily by writing some kind of add-on for your browser that reads stuff from Rocket Scooter, publishes it, manipulating browser code on your own TradingView or something, and executes certain functions like clicking buttons to make trades. Yeah, data is provided for the final user only. Yeah. So like you couldn't make a script and sell it to people. You couldn't modify, or they call it derived data. So you can't even take our data and make something else out of it. Like if you had a correlation that said, if we're above hedge pressure and the RSI is greater than half, and you created an indicator and called it BB band or something, I don't know, BB ratio, and you redistribute it, derived data is also prohibited. So you can't like take the data and then derive something from it and then redistribute it, because in their understanding, their live raw data can be reconstituted or reverse engineered from the derived data. So you can't like take their data and then shift it over a couple of ticks and then redistribute it and say, well, I'm not redistributing the data. They're like, yeah, it's a derivation. So the only thing they have a problem with is other people not paying the right to have the data, because that's how they make their money. And so when it comes down to it, you can do whatever you want with your data as long as it's just for you and no one else. So for automating your trading, I would I'd ask around in chat. I'm sure there's some coders here that did something like that. You can create a program that just reads data here, makes decisions, and then does an action here. Like a program that says, when conditions A, B, C are true in this Rocket Scooter browser tab, then press this button called buy market with 5 contracts selected in quantity. It might be easier if it was all contained within the browser. Like I don't know how people have done automation. I bet you it's pretty easy through TradingView, because it's browser based with viewable browser source code. Whereas, you know, certain platforms, you're not gonna be able to manipulate or execute the code, but you can control the DOM with Selenium. Yeah, find some way to do it. I'm sure people in chat know how to do it. You can write a macro that just moves the mouse to a certain coordinate on the screen and clicks a button. You can get as simple as that. Are you blocked? No, you're not blocked. You make an indicator called bobble band. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm not even paying attention to the market. We're pulling back, aren't we? Well, is Nvidia starting to turn? Yep, that's correct. Negative res manifesting itself today. So any platform that allows programming custom indicators to be used to automate trading easily. For example, with Tradeovate, just send a request to localhost from the indicator code. There you go. And then now on localhost, you have the full controllability of anything in the platform. Simple as that. Yes, sir. Better to use Python to manipulate the inputs on the HTML. Yeah, I would say so. It's 1,000 likes, 3 Tradeify. You gotta get 1,000 likes. We're almost there, but we're not there yet. What's the Rock Scooter tab? Rock Scooter is a trading platform. Yes, sir. That's the trading platform you see right here. How do we get to 68.80? Hey, I hope so. I want to see this market go lower tank. Be right back. I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on. Uh-huh. Should I wait till New Year to pass your eval? I don't know why there's a reason, not really a reason to wait. I don't think it's gonna make a difference.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Belated Christmas.
What do we got?
Merry tapas. Let me see. No one's gonna let that shit go. At 3:30. Oh, Post-up only has full body. Your only option is the one closest to us at 5 o'clock. Or
That's cool. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Just let me know which one. What are you doing? Are you leaving?
I'm gonna go meet my sister real fast to grab my dress.
Okay. What am I supposed to wear?
You can wear
Okay.
a nice dark suit.
I need some cough drops. I feel like you don't have to bring them. I'll go get some. They're downstairs somewhere. Wonder if I have any of the kerosene ones.
Any food?
Huh?
You want any food?
Here's a cough drop. No, I'm alright. Thank you. Oh yeah, you like her new hair color? She went like blonde color. Negative res. Market pulling back a little bit. Nvidia taking a little bit of a dump here. Not that big of a dump, but a little bit of a dump. It's actually starting to pick up some A little bit of steam here. Without to know, probably the bull market's probably strong enough that it'll support it, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm kind of worried about the whole gold situation. People are so levered up on gold. What happens the minute it stops rallying? People are gonna have risk, and they won't want to stay in the trade. So if people start getting like margin calls on their large gold trades, you might start to see them start dumping equities again. This is my biggest fear, that like I didn't think we were sustaining a rally into the year. Not with the conditions so stretched and weird like this. With this such a solid play, this could be an issue. I don't know. What's her job? An eye doctor. She used to have an eye doctor practice for a while, and now she works for a pharmaceutical company as a medical liaison, which basically they do like clinical trials and stuff. Is the tick chart more accurate than the minute? No, they're both accurate. They're both the same amount of accuracy. They represent the same set of data, just shown differently. So what a tick chart is going to do is it's going to show you so many orders per candle, whereas a time chart is going to show you the value of all orders inside of that time limit. So the container of a candle and a time chart, for instance, a 5-minute chart, the container is based on the open, low, high, low, open, close, high, low values of the 5-minute. In a tick chart, each candle is the open, close, high, low values every so many orders. So in this case, I have a 25 tick chart on there. You can see the ticks are counting at the bottom. Every time it hits 25, it resets and makes a new candle. Actually, I think this is a 233. Nope, yep. So it's a 233 chart, right? Once the candle hits 233, a new one pops up. So you're going to get a little more granularity because you're going to probably have, if your tick size is small enough to be like the size of multiple rounds of this inside of 1 minute, it'll have more granularity than a time chart. If your tick size is, or your container size is too big, then it's going to be less. So the tick charts allow you to zoom in within the minute. There's a 1-minute chart on NASDAQ, right? And a 25 tick chart on NASDAQ, as you see, has a lot more information because you get a lot more happening within the minute that this doesn't show you on the candle because it's buried inside the minute. So like a 25 tick chart versus a 1-minute chart looks a lot more zoomed in, if that makes sense. It contains the same data. It's just compartmentalized differently. Good question. No red folders of significance? Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Is she a tapas chef? Yeah, probably. She cooks a lot. Is she a real doctor? She is a real doctor. What? In capital letters. What about 5,000 tick? Like the way I read that is that you're yelling it. What about 5,000 tick? That would be a beefy freaking chart. Oh yeah, 100%. Y'all think we rally from here? What do y'all think? It's trying to hold that half gap. Usually is a good sign. Like there's a lot, there's just not a significant amount of volume to break through hedge pressures today. I kind of want to see how this, like I still have this feeling that after this retrace up to the upside we have, that the market's not still, it has a non-bearish appetite, but I don't still feel that same frenzy that we had in like June and July. So I'm still like super cautious. But I told you guys I'm done trying to swing this big till the end of the year. Can we get back to the November market? November was fun. All right. Here's the moment of truth. All right. Put a gun to my head. Matt, what's going to happen? Res is slightly negative and getting worse. So all convention is telling me that it wants to stay here. But whatever's happening with monthly hedge, there's not enough volume to break through it, so it wants to stay there. And you can see that it's trying to make its way lower. And we're just going to basically see what happens. If NVIDIA decides to just die today, this might be enough to like try to push its way lower. And again, it's going to fight. Conventionally, what Rocket Scooter is telling us is that we're down here to fill the gap with negative res. It's kind of nice, right? When the market's stable again and not being crazy, you can see that we're following all the rules pretty much to a T. You've got resistance at half gap. You've got support at hedge pressure because you've got negative res and positive res there. So you can see that the balance, resilience is telling you where the index is more likely to end up. And so the white line is telling, let me draw with the colors. The white line is telling us here, oops, down in here. The orange line is telling us above here. The way it's spread out like this. S&P, I think a little similar setup. Yeah, S&P is a similar setup with a lot more room though. So S&P's pressure is, you've got long pressure from here, and then you've got pressure from here. So NASDAQ is comfortable inside of here with the way this is, and S&P is comfortable inside of here with the way this is. So in reality, like this is all considered support, right? Support inside of this range. And then support as well. And you're going to need significant volume to break this. So it's going to be like unlikely to break. So keeping an eye on this number right here. If this number goes positive, then, you know, those of you that are short or whatever run the risk of a runaway squeeze like we had on Tuesday. The S&P not as strong, so the S&P is going to have a hard time breaking out of here. This is likely to stay in the box. Likely to finish up here. Rare case. Rare this way. Rarer to break down on the downside. Likely to spend a lot of time down in here. Nice solid bull market with no volume. It's more likely to stay down here than it is to go up here today. So what ends up at 26K? Yeah, like there's a psychological level of 26K. Like when do we hit it? That's probably in the pathway. Rockstar not showing the half gap because the holiday and half day sort of like ruins the conversion. We have this kind of glitch when it comes to half day futures. When we reach out for the close price and convert from equities and futures on half days, it just breaks the system. So I had to scribble mine on manually. Mentor Q. I don't know what that is, GM. What is that? I've never heard of it. What, Mentor Q? Oh, Mentor with the TH. What does it do? It's looking at all kind of data. It looks sexy. I like data. I don't know what it is though. What are they? I don't know what it's modeling. It looks like a fun yeah, like a tradie ticks in a way. I like sexy data. I wish they had a demonstration or some bigger pictures. They don't have that. Ah, here are the models. Okay. Say crypto gamma models, crypto quant models, volatility risk premium, volatility smile Q score. I don't know what a lot of this stuff is. This must be their own vision. Let me see. Okay. Volatility risk premium. Okay. Value states implied volatility. It gets its own historical volatility and historical range rating, so it identifies whether the market is cheap, expensive, or fairly priced. Various context asset risk management. That's a cool model. VRP. Cross asset monitor. I like that. You can see all of them in one go. Cross asset tracker. Cool. Yeah, they got some neat features. Let's look at the gamma model stuff. Intraday gamma model. They fell into the trap. As good as it is, it's a spot gamma clone and that side of things. It's your traditional GEX, zero difference than any other GEX model. So unfortunately, this is not innovative. GEX levels are going to look like this. It's usually a very... So for gamma exposure, it's your traditional spot gamma. You're going to get 1,000 levels thrown across the chart. Like a noisy like histogram like this, and then sort of like non-actionable points. So unfortunately, traditional GEX I kind of don't think is useful. That's why we exist, because we're the counter to the GEX model. But everything else on their platform looks cool. So if you use everything else, and then you keep using our stuff for our gamma is superior to that stuff in every way. GEX is going to do exactly what it says to do. Rocket Scooters gamma exposure is 1 level monthly, 1 level weekly. That's it, 1 level. It's the important level that matters. Traditional GEX model is going to be like, 8 levels per day sort of thing, and it becomes a little unactionable. That's the biggest complaint people have with GEX. It's not actionable. It's very spotty, and it's like ours is like edge pressure is where the volume will be, right? And so because we can boil it down to that high volume pivot, that's really the magic here. GEX will have 7 pivots, and one of them might be where the volume is. So gamma exposure model, the main difference, the easy takeaway main difference is gamma exposure model takes all options that exist. Let me draw a graph. All options that exist at all expirations. So let's put time, all expirations, and all strikes. Okay. It takes every option that exists and analyzes that option's price or value in some way. In a gamma exposure model, they typically take the open interest, which is all options, and then multiply it by the Greeks. It's a very simple formula. With some modifications. Yeah, we're now getting restful. Be careful. With Rocket Scooter, the difference is we don't use the OI. That's the major difference. Have I compared? Ours is 100% superior to Jex. That's why we exist. Jex was broken. That's why I built this. If you can guarantee that you can draw a level that predicts one of the highest volume spikes of the day, you've done exposure right. If you've really solved the equation of what you can derive from black shoals, you will understand that black shoals is a perfect equation to tell you where high volume will be in the market, where the most gamma hedging takes place. The maximum gamma is all that's important. And the maximum gamma of all options is not important. What Rocket Scooter does is it plucks out in this whole options, like where dealers are positioned. We don't look at every option, we throw most of them out actually. And so Rocket Scooter is like a subset of all data. We throw out most of it. People's way out of time, way out of money, way in the future calls, no market makers hedging against them. There's no delta change. However, if the open interest is big enough, it'll skew your Jex data. So example is if there was like 2 million calls that are way out of the money and the open interest per strike was like 10,000, okay? Clearly your gamma model, even though it's very, very low change in gamma between strikes at this place, the fact is the OI is so big, it can skew your gamma exposure model to be like, that's an important level because there's just so many people there. But the problem is that nobody's hedging against it. They're just way out of the money. And whoever sold those options, they're not making any changes to it. So it falls out of the threshold what Rocket Scooter would consider. Our model disregards the vast majority of most speculative options and just throws them out and looks only where we know the dealers are going to be. And we have a complex way of figuring that out. And since we filter where the X's is the filter, and we grab just the dealers, because dealers are going to be in the ballpark of hedging. And so in the range where delta and gamma matter is where a dealer has sold an option and they're going to want to neutralize that trade. So they're going to be hedging actively in real time at all times. Out of the money puts and calls are going to have zero hedging done on them. And therefore it doesn't matter how much open interest they have. They're irrelevant to the mix. Does that make sense, YMG? Make sense? So an example is if you were to go out there and buy 8,000 S&P calls today and you're to buy 90 million of them, right? We're not hitting 8,000 today at all. There's zero chance that's going to happen. But yet you have some massive amount of open interest that's so big, your open interest like looks like this, right? It's such a huge spike of open interest. Your Jex model is going to lean towards that as being an important level because the open interest is weighing it out. Rocket Scooter would absolutely disregard that level because it's considered out of the threshold of hedging and it's not part of a hedging loop. Therefore, like whoever sold those 90 million calls are not out there actively delta hedging at 67, 69, 70 to mitigate that risk. The delta change is absolutely insignificant on those levels. We're a very distilled version of the gamma exposure model. And the way to be able to do this requires, like I said, a whole infrastructure of server computers analyzing options data in real time. So it's not just like we take the OI printout from Opera and then there's your model, right? We have to collect all the real-time trades of every option for every date, for every strike, for every stock in the S&P in real time, and analyze every trade in real time as, is this a market maker order or not? And then we create our model out of that. And so when we isolate just the dealer options, the dealers are going to be the ones neutralizing their risk to zero in a visible way that you'll see in the daytime. And when you can find out where that gamma flip is on the dealer side only, which is monthly hedge pressure, the orange, gamma is maximized at hedge pressure. This is the monthly options gamma flip. Based on just dealer options, the filter, of monthly options. So, and the gamma maximum, right, is it's the change in delta over the change in price, right? At a constant parameters like time and whatever. And so when you have this gamma maximum, the change in delta is the maximum. So the change in delta is the more delta change, you know, more shares buying, right? More shares. More shares per price. So the more price moves, the more shares that buy. So when you get right close to the gamma maximum, you get the most shares are bought at that price. Therefore, the volume should spike. And that's what we're calculating. One actionable pivot. So everyone else is a clone of spot gamma. No different. It's just a visualization of Jax, which is it's as useless as it's helpful, if that makes any sense. It's like a yield sign on the road. It's as useless as it is helpful. You say, maybe stop, but you have an option. And people just plow right through it and wreck their car. You know what I mean? What about order flow? Order flow is good. Yeah, we don't do order flow here in this tool. We show you how the order should flow based on the layout of the options landscape. But in real-time order flow, we don't provide a service for that. So you would use something like that for the real-time order flow analysis to go with like our levels, which are superior. So like we're a specialty calculation that just looks for where's that high volume pivot going to be, which is pretty much what we do here. Yeah. Did you win anything? No, sir. Not yet. Yeah, real-time order flow. So what people do is they use our levels for planning and they use the order flow for confirmation. An example is somebody can say, I know that Matt's resilience is greater than 0, so monthly hedge pressure is likely to hold because that flow is likely to be positive. Likely to be means in the future. So as the market is falling this morning, here's how you'd use Rocket Scooter, right? The market opens here, right here. And you can say, aha, if we were to fall and hit the monthly hedge pressure level, the gamma maximum, and the flow is estimated to be more bullish than bearish, then we're expected to have a pivot off of there. Cool. When it gets there, I want to buy. And then when it gets there and you're choosing to long or short, then you flip out your order flow and see where's the order flowing inside of that volume you already knew. So we'll tell you where to look, and then you just confirm that you get the flow at that spot. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So no tool out there can give you the planning ability, but when you get there, then you can say, we are expecting the flow to be positive because most of the stocks are gamma, we call it gamma positive or gamma negative hedging, or more long than short hedging. We just say gamma positive. So the majority of market cap is gamma positive. Therefore, the index is likely to also be the same. And then when you get there, go to any kind of flow analysis or cumulative delta or whatever, however you want to look at it, and say, how is the order flow at this level? Oh, it is confirming what I expect. Good. Confluence. Hit it hard. Right? So that's the idea of filtering out further and creating our dealer hedging models to like identify what we call hedging loops inside of the data to find the dealer options. Gives you that sort of ability to isolate the important spot. If you have 8 or 9 gamma levels on a chart, which is traditional JEX, it's how useful is that? But if you have 1 on a chart and look at that volume at that level, I mean, come on. It's 100% accurate. It does every time. It's never wrong. It never doesn't predict volume. If the S&P crashes today and hits 69.59, you will see a massive volume spike at that level without fail. The net sum of all gamma hedging is maximized here. That's why you get this flurry of order flow at exactly that level. It's crazy how good it is. And so as a trader, I know that this is the most important level. And also, if it breaks through this level with a lot of velocity, then it becomes a massive event because look how much volume is propping it up. And if you overwhelm that volume, you basically kick everyone out off of their out of their trades, right? So, yeah. Would it make sense at some point to integrate some order flow tools in Rocket Scooter? It would. Like right now, our goal is our real goal right now is to get our tools inside of major trading platforms, right? That's our goal right now. And then we build widgets and tools to add to that tool set. Like this deal, if all this goes through with NinjaTrader, then, you know, like I said, you know, the ink isn't dry on that, but it's like we've had tech meetings with their tech team. So we're kind of like, you know, it's a go. It's a handshake go. So right now, we get our stuff in other platforms. It frees up our development team to build extra stuff like that inside of the suite of tools. So instead of us managing and developing the platform further, we would rather create add-ons for other people's platforms and our Rocket Scooter suite of tools. Because for us, it makes more sense because that's what we want to develop and build. It doesn't make sense for us to go into a space race of creating platforms against the Ninjas and Tradeabates of the world, Trading Views. These are billion-dollar companies with money to back, you know, 20, 50, 100 person development squads. Like, you know, we're a bootstrapped company with 22 employees. So never will we be able to make the trading platform that is the trading platform to use. Our platform is literally a conduit to get data to you guys because nobody else's platform could do it at the time in 2020. We started building this. But a platform is completely unnecessary in the day of age where we're as big as we are. And some of these bigger platforms are like, yeah, we'd love to get you guys inside of our stuff. And so we got big enough to get noticed. And now it's kind of like, okay, hopefully that'll be a better path. Then we can allocate all of our resources to building order flow tools and all this other cool stuff. Yeah, that would be ultimately the goal. The API discussions coming along. The likelihood that we'd open up an API for subscribers, 0 chance. We're not taking that path anymore. The idea is our tools will be inside of somebody else's platform, and then any API connectivity would be from them. Our ultimate goal is to shut Rocket Scooter's platform down, but if you guys still like our version of the platform, maybe we'll just keep it up. Our goal is not to develop further into the platform though. We want to staff up and allocate all of our resources to building more tools inside of the platform or other people's platform. Because you're like, can we trade in your platform? You can, but it's like, we don't have, I mean, the balance doesn't even update in real time. So like trading inside of Rocket Scooter, while it's doable, we haven't built into all these little features, but it'll take away from like the stuff we're building for trading, which is the more important part of it. Yeah. Yeah, don't end up like TopStep. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like TopStep even had a lot more resources than we did, and their platform is just like a huge failure, right? I mean, we saw the writing on the wall years ago. We've been working with props for the last year or so to build relationships so we can get inside of their platform, kind of like, or get our tools inside of their platform. Because we see that that's the more valuable place to be for you guys, because you want to trade in the same environment that you have your information, right? It'd be so great if you can buy whatever this thing we looked at. What was it called? Mentor. We looked at that, and we looked at Spot Gamma, and then you can trade your props inside of it really easily. Yeah, like my specialty is retrieving, decoding, and displaying data, not designing buy and sell buttons and DOMs and charting indicators and all of that. We set out on the path to do that, but then we realized, you know, very quickly that the real strong path for us is to hyper focus on tools, to staff up and build more tools faster, because our tools are better than other people's tools. And so why not just stay in the tool business rather than open the Home Depot to put the tools inside of it? Why don't I try a trading view? Yeah, that'd actually be amazing too. We don't really have a working relationship with TradingView beyond our white label partnership with them. But we could talk to the thing is with TradingView, the likelihood of them giving us an API to custom script some stuff in, TradingView might see it as insignificant. The reason why it's important to Ninja is assets under management. Any broker is interested in having customer accounts in any way possible. And we come with a 100,000 user base, right? So when you think about it, that's very valuable to a Ninja trader. It's not valuable to a TradingView. To them, they would tell us just build it in PineScript. Y'all, we get an API, then you guys can get that many more subs. They're not interested in that. A broker's value is every trading account they have is assets, right? So NinjaTrader has a reason to partner with somebody like us. TradingView may not be so interested in it. They may what do they benefit out of it? Oh, you're gonna have many thousands of people buying our subscription. We already have millions of people. Why build all this check for just a little bit more? We already get 1 million people paying $14.99 a month. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean I'm not going to try. I'm just anticipating. And also a big part of TradingView's core business is to sell white label service to us. If they're like, if you want your stuff inside of TradingView, why not just build your own version of TradingView like you did? Because they sell that as an enterprise service. It's $36,000 a year for the license. And so, their goal would not just be like, sure, let's just get an API. You can tunnel your indicators in for free. They'll say, just use PineScript. Well, we can't use PineScript because we need an API to connect to a server to pump the data in. They're like, oh, well, have you heard of our white label service? Because that's our solution for that. And then I just envision as a CEO that the talks would end up in one of those two places. That we need an appropriate value proposition to tell TradingView, look, you guys want our API to put our tools in your platform. And here's why, A, B, or C. I have to present that to them. And I don't know if I'd have a way to present it to them like it's a value prop. With NinjaTrader, the value prop is we're one of the largest futures communities on the planet, and everyone uses your service. And we hate Project X, and we're committed to Ninja. We just hate having to stare at two platforms at once. We'd love to be in your thing, and now it's going to bring all these accounts to you guys. And they're like, yeah, that does make sense. It's the perfect harmony because every one of your customers is also one of our customers. And I'm like, almost 100%. Everyone here has some NinjaTrader account in some way, shape, or form, even if it's a prop. So it was like, yeah, that does make sense. So the TradingView is a broker that might be, I think, like that. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to try to say, hey, can you guys have an API for us to dump our stuff in? They would just probably direct us down one of their two enterprise solutions, which is PineScript or white label. And we're like, we kind of want to do neither. We want our own custom solution. They would say, but why? Like, what's in it for us? So I'm assuming talks with TradingView might not go anywhere. See what I'm saying? Who would do the dev work for creating tools in other platforms? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just, that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. I will try. I'm assuming they're going to be like, have you tried the white label? Oh, you already are a white label customer. Perfect. That's the solution you're looking for. Your own custom version of TradingView that you can have people use that works. But I'm like, yeah, but I want them to use your experience as well. Well, have you tried PineScript? Yeah, but we have to put data in, just come from a server. Well, that's what you built your own version for, right? So because they sell the solution, I don't think they would make a custom solution because they would direct us to the license that we already have. PineScript is too limited. It's not just that it's too limited, it's that it also can't catch the data from our server. Like, all of our calculations are not done in the browser. Like, so PineScript can only grab data coming into the browser and then calculate it there and then spit it out there. So our version doesn't do that. Our version grabs data from a server and then just draws it on the platform. We have that flexibility to customize it that way because we created an API in our TradingView shell that talks to the server. So we would have to ask TradingView to create an API that talks to our server as well to draw on the charts, which they might say, yeah, it sounds great. And they might say, nah. So my thoughts are, the best relationship is NinjaTrader. I think it's a fantastic place to be. It's always been my dream to have a merge between us and Tradovate in some capacity, because they've got the mobile app that's fantastic. They've got the prop services, which are fantastic. And everybody here is trading a prop service or on Ninja for the most part. I can probably say 99% of you guys have a Ninja Trader account somewhere. So why have two pieces of software open when we're all customers of the same two groups? So I'm really excited about that potential there. Ooh, I'm gonna go to the driving range today. But boy, it would be so awesome if we could also be in a couple other places. It'd be awesome we could be everywhere. But I think being a Ninja Trader is enough. I think that serves the purpose of what we're all trying to do here. And I think that's going forward. Ninja Traders has such a stronghold on the futures and prop industry. They're going nowhere but up. I mean, they'll be one of the biggest brokers in the world for a long time. Even as the futures industry is growing bigger and bigger and bigger, Ninja will be at the level of a Schwab at some point. You know, like futures are becoming increasingly more popular as the days go by, more so than stocks. I feel like stock traders are like peaking out and sort of like, and futures traders are like rocketing up. Like they're used to you could go into a room and throw a rock, a room of 1,000 people, and throw a rock and you'd hit a stock trader every time. You could barely, which one is like one out of, you know, every couple hundred people traded futures 10 years ago. They were expensive, they were risky, they didn't have micros. You had to really lever up, and they didn't have futures brokers with $500 intraday margins until like Ninja and some of the other ones that came through in like the 2010s, 2015s, started creating like discount futures. FCM started coming in and letting you trade for cheap. Before that, you were paying like full margin 20 years ago. And so imagine you need $20,000 or $10,000 just to trade one contract, whereas you only needed $200 to own a share of Apple. So like the popularity of futures has surged. Like the invention of micros and discount brokers, 2015 and onward. I think 2014 or 2015 is when I think Tradovate came out. And then it just started like going fast and fast and fast. And then COVID and props like made it go like that. Huge. So how often do the levels refresh? So we run our correlation YMG at 9:30 in the morning, just one time. That's it. That's the best time to do it. And those levels stay the same all day. The levels could be recalculated, which we call our dynamic hedge pressure, which is a hedge pressure that moves as the landscape changes. But the problem is that we don't actually know the full landscape because the OI is obscured. We just have an estimate of what it can be throughout the day, because the OI is only released once a day in the evenings by Opera, in the equities market at least. And so in the daytime, we have estimated OI, which gives us an estimated hedge pressure of where it moves. But the variance of where it moves is never more than one strike distance on the underlying ETFs. So an example is QQQ for NASDAQ. The strike distances are 1 point apart, which translates to about 40 points of NASDAQ. The variability of where hedge pressure can move to is less than that 40 points. So it does, whether we had a dynamic one or not, because it is an estimate, not exact, it would be a noisy estimated moving target that would move like this throughout the day, right? So what we found out was that just the static level, allowing for 40-point variability and putting our stop underneath it, catches almost every scenario of overshoot and noise and chop or solid bounce to where the level is actually good for the whole day. And that's just anecdotal after 5 years of using it. We found that going the extra mile to display the real-time dynamic changing version of it, it varies so little from that. Essentially, the way to really describe it is that a wall is built out of thousands of bricks, but throughout the day, you're only changing like 5 or 10 bricks at a time. The wall is still a massive thing with a lot of inertia that's sitting there, and it's not really losing much integrity or changing that much. The total amount of traded volume of options is so small compared to the overall landscape that it doesn't need to change. Does that make sense? Like the wall is so big and thick the change is so little per trade. If you get everybody, if there's a scenario where everybody's selling everything all at once and market's crashing, then hedge pressure might move around a significant degree. But the rarity of that, where that much volume and options changes the OI landscape so much that it moves more than that 40 points. It's 10 points S&P, by the way, and 40 NASDAQ. It's such a small probability that almost every possible day you can use that exact level at 9:30 and it stays the same for the rest of the day, or actionable for the rest of the day. Yeah. So half gap Batman. Yeah. So because the holiday and the half day, our system always flubs the calculation for converting to futures. Use the equities redistribution zone. So yeah, we don't have a converted close price from yesterday, or from yesterday's trading day, because of the half day. Remember, futures close half day, so it kind of like screws with our calculation. The conversion, it'll be fixed tomorrow. We thought about trying to figure out a way to do it, but in reality, just on days you come back after a holiday or half day, just manually calculate it yourself. Like right in the market open, I just manually calculated mine. Have I checked out option step? No, I haven't. But so yeah, so what I'm trying to tell you is that the levels, the hedge pressure level, is actionable the entire day, and where it can move to, very, 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 very rarely has more than a 40-point variance. I have an indicator that I created. It's local. We call it buffer. Buffer is the real-time variability of where hedge pressure actually is in real time. So where it is calculated is exactly where it's calculated at certain points in time. The idea becomes buffer is a number that tells me how likely this is to be more than a strike distance away or not. And it tells me the exact distance of the buffer. And pretty much every single day, that buffer is 40 or 10, which is, it goes in a magnitude of strike distance buffer. So how many strikes, with 1 being the minimum. So it takes a lot for that open interest, real-time open interest model to move that buffer. It takes periods of, so in bull markets, it's never going to change. In a bull market, the variability is so small, it very rarely overshoots. It's only bear markets that buffer gets high because the volatility goes up. And depending on how severe the sell-off crash market is, like crashing days, I've seen buffer go as high as like 200 on NASDAQ, which means 200 points of overshoot is possible, meaning that the variability could be 200 points off in real time. S&P, I've seen it like 50 to 60 before. That's the highest I've ever seen it. And this was like during the Trump market crash for the tariff stuff. I saw buffer going this high. It's not an equation that we have displayed on Mox here. It's only something I have local, in my local environment. Yeah. So the question becomes like, what is the current hedge pressure now? It's probably, within that range. It's somewhere in here and probably not moving far. If the market was completely crashing out in a bear market, that hedge pressure variability could be very big. The way that we handle it is we can use the rule of thumb is if the market's selling off really quickly, and these are 1 minute candles, if you take the largest 1 minute candle, that's about what the buffer is. It's a really neat trick. Very, very similar. The market just nosedives very quickly on a candle that's larger than 40 points in a single minute. You could assume that the market is volatile. And so if you're spanning more than a strike distance within a minute, you can assume that buffer is going to go up. And it just so happens that largest 1 minute candle is pretty much equal to the buffer almost every time. And they're not even related. It just coincidentally calculates to be per minute, the market moves the range of the buffer. So the neat part is how much hedge pressure can vary is usually the largest 1 minute candle on the chart. So an example is the largest 1 minute candle. It's a great estimate. Today is probably this upward candle here, 910 to 870, 40 points. See how neat that is? That's one strike distance is the largest candle. And that symmetry pretty much holds throughout most days. And the only time it's actually broken is usually in crazy sell-off markets when things go crazy. Yeah, I'll do one more giveaway in a little bit. Yes, sir. I don't think My Fun to TV is live today. I know they said they were taken off for the week, but I was thinking they might come back today. It doesn't look like they're running their show today. So I got the afternoon off. Do you guys, y'all like the high level discussion of kind of like what's going on behind the scenes? Hopefully this is helpful to y'all. We do a lot. There's a lot that we build here, but I'm excited to keep building more tools rather than building features in the platform. You know, something like bracket orders, and can we have custom display of our P&L? Can we have like cool reporting feature? And I'm like, ah, man, that stuff is already built. I don't want to recreate the wheel, and I can't compete with these bigger firms and split my resources that way. God, I want to build the backtest module. I want to build order flow tools. I want to do all this other cool stuff. And so I really want to spend my time building that stuff rather than like building the platform. Donovan said, Matt, you're smart, dude. My brain is like 3 scoops of math, half scoop of personality. Half a scoop of memory. The way I'm wired is strictly a calculator, like an old school calculator. Like I do the calculations fast. Memory, but I don't have a lot of RAM. Small hard drive. Quick. I'm a dual core, you know, very fast CPU for gaming, but very, very little cache. RAM is very expensive. Look, the background light looks like Taco Bell. Oh, the one over there. Small hard drive, greasy ball bearings. Yeah, exactly. RAM is extremely expensive now. I've been noticing. Dude, I've got a stockpile of RAM. Y'all don't believe me? Let me show you how much RAM I got sitting around. I've got solid gold sitting over here. I know some of y'all might have some rich friends, but y'all don't got friends rich like this, dude. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Y'all want to see what rich looks like? Check it out. Ready? This is when they were bought a long time ago. 32 gig DDR5 Dominator platform. Check this out. Check this out, guys. Look at how many RAM kits I got sent around. Let's talk about it. Dominator Platinum, baby. Oh, I should probably sell. I should probably sell at the high. So this is a it's a 32 gig kit. What's the CAS on these things? Oh, I have to open it and see. I always buy the quicker CAS timing too. So, how the hell do you open this? How do you open this? Where the hell is the opening? Oh, here it is. Oh, I've never opened it before. How have I? Have I even used this? Oh, I did. I probably used these before one time. 5836 CAS. Okay, I got these bad boys. So these are platinums. This is, I think, from my like 2 computer builds ago when DDR5 just came out. I think this is the kit I bought for that build. Get back in there. Telling you, baby, look at all this. Look at all this. I'm sitting on a stockpile of money right now. Got that. I have so many versions, and I got two titaniums, which are even like better than the platinums. I think this is the one that's currently in my machine. This feels empty. Yeah, so this is the one I'm running right now. This is a 96 gig kit. Yeah, so this is 248 sticks. So this is, I'm currently running 96 on this machine. This one I still got. I should probably sell this or give this away to you guys. This is expensive right now. This is a 32 gig kit, 216s, 34 cast Dominator type. Okay, these are really nice RAM stick. It's 32 gigs. You want a gaming machine? Baby, put this in here. That probably costs $1,000 these days. I bought it for $229 when I bought it. These guys still in here. Damn, I should just give away RAM for giveaway. So I have, these are actually really nice kits, and I just have them sitting there in case people want some. So can I tell you something cool? My last stream, and I got 4 boxes of the Vengeance Pros, and these are from other builds I did. Why I've got literally 3 kits of the exact same thing. I got 3 32 kit, 32 megahertz. Why do I have 3 different RAM kits that are exactly the same? I can't remember half the stuff I was building. 16, 16, 20. The same 32GX4, 32GX4. M2Z3, M2E3. Okay, and M2Z3. So we got the Z3 and E3. It's different cast timing a little bit. 2 identical, 1 slightly faster. Dude, I've got 5, 6. What is this one? Oh, this is the 64 kit. Okay. Upgrade a 64. Oh, that man. I know you guys have rich friends. We have your friends that rich. I mean, come on now. I'm literally sitting on mountains of gold right now. RAM, baby. That's where it's at. Giveaway RAM. It's ridiculous how expensive. I think they've gone up by like 3 or 4 times the price. Why to buy so many? So I used to have a lot of computer builds. So basically I've had like, I keep all my RAM when I upgrade. So I don't really sell my old stuff. I used to have my old computer two PCs ago. Let me show you my old build. Before like CPUs got to the current generation where they now can basically, they have enough cores to run a stream and gaming and trading all together. Back in the day, you had to have like a streaming machine to basically, like if you were a professional gaming streamer, you'd have to have a flawless gaming PC that you were also streaming. And sometimes, you know, the stream would slow down and lag your game a little bit. So back in the day, gaming streamers would make 2 PCs, one to game and then one to output to a capture card to stream their game. And so at the time, there was a company that was building, that had the ability to have a power supply that powers 2 computers at once. And it's the Fantex power supply. So this was actually 2 computers ago. It was an actual streaming machine. I built the whole thing from scratch. It has 2 PCs in the same box. So each of these had one of those, you know, I think this was the Dominator Platinums, and this was like, so I had basically 2 RAM kits there. So that's 2 of those boxes. And I had like 2 3080 Ti's, custom water cooling system, and all that stuff built into here. And so this was my trading PC, trading and gaming. And then I could also take one of the display output to go into the 4K capture card. And then this crunched and rendered the stream and output to a second monitor that controlled the encoder that would control the stream that you guys would see. Then I could like stream on Twitch or stream on anything. So this is like back in the day, and I built all this, and all of a sudden like this PC started getting old, and I built this maybe in 2020. Oh, 2022. I bought the components in 2020, built it 2022. And then as time went by, it just became like more obsolete. This CPU, I think it started running hotter and hotter, and I think I didn't apply the thermal paste as correctly as I could, and it was probably starting to crack. It also gets old. and you should take it apart and replace it every couple of years. Like if it starts running hot, always check your thermal paste. But then I had to unhook everything and take everything apart. It also was starting to, the CPU was resetting a lot. After changing out the RAM and changing out the hard drives, I couldn't figure out what the error was, and I found out my CPU was just dying. And so, and one day I just decided to rage quit this computer. Instead of just taking it apart, basically what happened was I was pulling the tubing apart, and then like, I don't know, I was having a hard time getting something out, and I was like, fuck it, and I just ripped it out. I was like, screw this water cooling system. You know, I'm not gaming on this PC anymore anyways. I'm going to get a laptop to game on. And I just started ripping things out. And then I went on this like rage quit moment where I just ripped everything out, and just on my floor here, every component was just ripped out. The carpet was wet. I was like, fuck this computer. So I took everything apart, and all of this is sitting in boxes in the other room. I was like, screw it, I'm building a new computer. So I just built a new one. And I went and bought all new stuff and built another one instead of just fixing this one. I never gave away the monitor. Ah, I did. Let me tell you the story. I just gave it away. And I know, oh, here's what it looked like in the old office. That was my old office. So it was pretty cool. That was my old house. And then now I think I have it like, I think I got a picture of the new. So I did give out the monitor, but let me tell you the story of how I gave it out. Hold on. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I have it in here somewhere. I don't have it in here anywhere. I'll have to get a picture of it somewhere for y'all. Maybe it's in Rocket Scooter. Let's see if it's there. The AI will remember what I did to its cousin computer. It's going to punish me. I know. I swear, I thought I posted a picture of it. What is all of this? Oh, no, that's... How do I get out of this? I don't know. I thought it was a picture of it. I'll have to get a picture for you guys. New computer is super cool. So, what I do with the monitor. Okay. All right. My housekeeper. Okay. She comes and cleans the house. Fantastic lady. She does such a good job. And she has her 10-year-old son come hang out. And she's a very hardworking lady, works really hard to give her children a better life. She's a 10-year-old and some adults, so like one kid in college, one kid in high school. The college kid is going to engineering school to be a mechanical engineer, her daughter. Her son, gifted like my son, very, very, very smart kid. And he just tags along while she cleans the house, and he sits on his iPad. He's really patient. But he always is very curious, like at the end of the stream, when she came in and opened the door, he actually walked in. He was like, whoa, Mr. Matt, that's so cool. He's like, are you a gaming streamer? And I was like, nah, I just stream day trading. He's like, oh, that's so cool. He's like, do you play Fortnite? And I'm like, nah, I don't play Fortnite, but I play other games like Battlefield. He's like, oh, yeah. Like my brother plays Battlefield and Call of Duty. And he's like talking about the stuff. He's like, man, I love gaming, and like super smart kid. And he's like, I love gaming, and my mom wants to get me this, gaming setup. We're trying to save up for it. We went and bought a computer desk from Costco. He was so excited. He's telling me about his desk. He's like, I got this desk. She's in here cleaning, and he's hanging out. And when I ended the stream last time, he's just in here like, whoa, how many monitors do you have? So anyways, he was just talking to me about like what they were going to get him. And, she doesn't speak English very well, but he speaks perfect English. So, he was like translating for her, and she was like, what are you guys talking about? He's like, oh, mom. He's telling her in Spanish. He's like, blah, blah, blah. He's like telling her what it was. He's like, oh, he's a streamer. And she's asking like, he's like, yeah, he streams finance and stuff. Anyways, so he's like, yeah, he's like, my mom is saving up to get me gaming stuff. you know, so I can play Fortnite. And we just got a gaming desk from Costco, and we were in a gaming chair, but it was too expensive, so we're waiting for it to go down. But you know, he's like, I always wanted like a gaming setup. He's like, you know, I just got. He's like, for Christmas, I'm getting a PS5. And so that's his Christmas present. And he's like, I want to play Fortnite on it, but I don't have a keyboard or a mouse or a monitor. And I want to have that so I can play mouse and keyboard Fortnite with my friends. And so I go, how would you like a gaming monitor? This one. And he was like, how much refresh rate does it have? That's what he said. Smart kid, right? So let me show you the monitor I got. I think this was the one. No, that's not the one. Hold on. 2K. This one right here. I think this is the one. No, that's not the one either. Anyways, it's an $850 monitor, right? It's a 360 hertz, you know, basically super fast. I don't know all the exact specs on it. So I know I had it in here somewhere. I think it was this one. Cost me about $1,000. It's the, yeah, this is the, I think this is the one. It's like, maybe it's 900. Yeah, something like that. It definitely is $1,000 monitor, give or take. And it has 240 hertz or 360 hertz. Maybe this isn't exactly the one, but it's similar to it. It has 0.03 millisecond refresh rate, 240 hertz. Sorry, the latency is 0.03. The refresh rate, I think the refresh rate on mine was 360 though. Anyways, so I told him like, yeah, there's a response time and there was a refresh rate. He was like 0.03, and I was like, yeah. He's like, whoa. And I was like, you want it? I had on my note, I was like, over the holidays, I'm going to take off the crappy monitor that goes in its auto, because I hate organic LED monitors. They freaking shut down. They make you clean the pixels, and you can sometimes schedule it, but with the MSIs, you can't. It chooses when to do it for you on a 16-hour schedule. And you can have it do it whenever the monitor goes to sleep, then it starts the timer. So I have it kind of doing it every night, but every day I wake up, it changes my sources for my monitors for my encoder. So an example is, if this is monitor 2, and this is displaying monitor 2 for you guys, every day monitor 2 is different. So every morning I get up and refine all my monitors. Every day on my funded TV, I got to cycle through to find the right monitor. It's never the same number. So I just got that for gaming, and I don't game on this computer anymore. And so I took the old monitor I had sitting in the closet and put it back on. I literally said, do you want the monitor? He was like, whoa, no way. And he talks to his mom in Spanish. He's like, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then I understood in Spanish, said, oh, you know, oche media. He told her how much it was worth, and the mom was like, whoa. And she looks at me, she goes, no, you don't have to. And I was like, no, it's totally fine. Like, I would literally switch it out and give it away anyways. I'd love to gift it to him. And then I let him, so I took the monitor apart, gave him this monitor. He was so excited about it. And I was like, so what else do you need? And he's like, and I was like, go to the closet over there and just open it up and take whatever you want. I gave him the gaming headphones that were sitting here. They were some, Razer Black Sharks. I don't use them anymore. So I gave him those. I gave him a gaming keyboard, gaming mouse, gaming computer, or gaming monitor. And dude was so thrilled. And yeah, so I gave it away to him, and he was super pumped. He's like, whoa, all my friends are gonna be so jealous. This is so cool. Thanks, Mr. Matt. And she was super excited, you know, because God, I mean, that was, you know, $2,000 worth of gear. So I was like, yeah, you can have it, man. So I helped him pack it up and carried it all out to the car for them, and he was super stoked. So that's where it went. They find skeletons in the closet now. But I mean, like, look, my closet, as I showed you guys earlier, I mean, I've got, you know, I've got piles of shit in the closet. I never give away or throw anything away. I've got so much RAM. I probably should have been like, hey kid, you need some RAM. Anyways, that's kind of what was going on over the weekend. So I already gave away. I know I told you guys to do the monitor giveaway, but hopefully y'all approve that the monitor found a better home. So you just download more RAM. Yeah. She was so stoked because he was happy. And I mean, you know, she does very well. You know, she's working her ass off to get her, you know, her daughter's in engineering school, her son's in high school, and her other son is 10. And the problem, that really kind of the thing is that, you know, and the son was talking to me about, like, because I was like, so what is your, because we were just hanging out, and I was like, so it's like, what is your sister studying engineering? He's like, mechanical engineering. And he's like, but it kind of sucks because whenever she graduates, she can't get a job here because of Donald Trump. Like he was 10 years old talking about that. He's like, yeah, she, you know, because, you know, we're not legal citizens. So he's like, you know, and these are like smart, well-to-do kids. And so clearly, yeah. Yeah, clearly not the most legal of citizens, just here to work kind of thing. But, you know, smart kids, well-to-do kids, you're able to go to school here, you're able to go to college here, but you're not gonna be able to work here. Kind of sucks. So even 10-year-olds are very coherent about the situation. Yeah, so I told them, I was like, go. I was like, go in there. There's like 3 gaming keyboards. There's a bunch of gaming mice. There's a bunch of stuff. So I think he took one of the keyboards. There was a wrist rest for it, and then a mouse, the headphones, and the monitor. So that's good because that stuff just sits there. So I was happy to help them out. Oh, look at that little end of the day rally situation going on there. I was actually a little thrilled to see the market finally do some movement, but not today though. He's like, what's the refresh rate? I was like, he reminds me of Gabriel, my kiddo. Super smart. Asking technical questions. I was like, this is a good time, more than like a good time. There's no better time than this to like finally. My note was, put that old monitor on here and then freaking give the other one away on stream or sell it or something. I was like, let me give it away on stream. Then the universe sends somebody is like, oh, I'm looking for a gaming monitor. I was like, there we go. That's a sign. My Narnia closet full of PC hardware. It's a very well organized closet. One side of it is all peripherals. It's just like tons and tons of like, I mean, you name it, Xbox controller boxes and mice, keyboards, stuff like that, headphones. Every time I upgrade, I don't really throw the old stuff away. I probably should. We try to sell some of it on Marketplace, but it doesn't really buy fast enough. One whole other side of it is all water cooling components, like just over the years. And then water cooling building components and case modification components, cable wraps, raw tubing, tools, heat gun, all that stuff to do water cooling. And then I've got like extra components for my ET deck, my mounts and stuff. It's just like basically like a computer building mecca. You go, if you build computers, you go in that closet and be like, whoa. It's got everything you can need to just build I've got probably like 6 motherboards just sitting there over the years of all the old ones with the CPU still in them. I always kept them just in case I was like, I could build a computer for somebody if they ever needed one. And I just never threw it out. But it's also high-end stuff. I trash it, but like I always buy, you know, like all my motherboards for the last 5 or 6 builds were like Asus, Republic of Gamers, like $1,000 motherboards. So I'm like, I'll just keep them. Maybe somebody will want them someday. I guess I'm the same way. Like I did the same thing when I bought the Aston because I never even sold the Maserati. I just kept it. I'm not a hoarder, I promise, but I'm always looking at stuff and saying like, I'd rather just keep this. Maybe somebody will need it at some point. I could get probably 25,000 for the car, 25,000, but the car is in such great shape. I feel like the car is more valuable than the 25 G's you can get from it. It's a 6-year-old car. I was like, I'll keep it. Somebody will need it. I've asked everybody at Christmas, like, hey, do you need a car? All the grandkids, everyone's like, nah, I'm okay. I have a car. I was like, anybody? I couldn't get anybody to take it. Maybe I should give the car to the kid. So I was like, let me keep it in the family because like for 25 grand, brand new, you can't buy a car as good as that one. You're not gonna be able to buy brand new, fully loaded, nice car for that amount. Cars are gonna cost you like 40,000 bucks these days, even the cheaper ones. So I'm like, definitely the car itself has not been driven that much. So it's got a lot of life left in it. But it's just like the motherboard. I'm like, yeah, it still works. I might as well just keep it. So now I should just give away the car to somebody. I actually told iDoc yesterday, I was like, I'm probably going to go sell it then. I thought I would keep it and then have somebody use it, keep it alive, and then we just have an extra car in the family in case we need one. But like nobody wants it. So now we had to like pay for extra parking. It just sits there and you got 20K for it? Give away for charity. I could donate it to charity, yeah, for the write-off. You're a charity, LOL. Are you registered as a charity? It won't count unless you're registered. Can't just give it to anybody. Can you be a charity and get an eval, please? LOL. Yeah, exactly. You're willing to register? It's funny. Donate it, but put a sticker, Rocket Scooter. Should I get the car branded with the Rocket Scooter logo? That way it's there forever. Some like hidden somewhere in the paint, like you can see it. You hold the light up to it somehow. It'll always be there. You need a new Uber car? Okay. As Nasdaq is still trying to make its way down inside of here, we still have a little bit of lift. Resilience had popped up again one more time. Just the same old, same old. We get NVIDIA stirring up. NVIDIA is the Nasdaq, so, you know, NVIDIA pops, Nasdaq pops. So probably the last 20 minutes just sort of popping up a little bit. Unless NVIDIA sells off, this is probably going to stay where it is. I was getting a little excited to see some momentum, but no VIX, no volatility. somebody says, Donovan said, you make too much money and you buy good stuff and you recognize the value, you don't want to get rid of it. I still have a laptop from 2016 that you bought with 32 gigs of RAM. You spent like 5K on it. I still have my laptop from 2016 also because it was top of the line. It's like, it sits over there. I use it for other purposes just to have another laptop. It's not good enough to game on, but I can still use it for things. Dude, it's the same thing. Like, the money isn't going to do anything. Like, it's not like the money is going to be like needed or necessary. The value of the item is still so good. I would say that a car like that is probably worth like 50. It's like equivalent to buying a brand new car at like 50K. Even though it's 6 years old, I don't drive anywhere. It's got like no miles on it. So I barely got 40,000 miles in 6 years of driving. It's the Spank Bank laptop. I mean, you know, it's I'm just kidding. It's kind of hard to sell things. It's really hard, yeah, especially computer stuff. There's a market for selling used computer components, but it's really hard to sell like my stuff, like my graphics cards. I took the fans off, the stock fan, the stock cooling that came on it, the fans and the fins, took it off, threw it away. So now it's like stuck with water blocks on it. And that you'd have to be water cooling to be able to use it, or somebody would have to buy the stock fans to put it back on it. So it is really like an enthusiast sort of customer. But I do have like $6 million worth of RAM, so maybe I should try to sell this while it's hot, you know? This is the time to do it. RAM. Especially these bad boys. The only reason I have this instead of this because I upgraded to 96 and this was a 32 kit. So I went from 32 to 96, but these guys are still. I wonder how much Dominator Titanium is now. I wonder what I could sell it for. Maybe it's a good time to sell now in the shortage. Here, let's check it out, you guys. What's the serial on this? CMP32. Is it inflated, or am I getting hyped up about nothing? GX5 M2 X 7000 megahertz C34. Holy shit. Bro, you know how much is, all right, everybody take a guess how much you think this RAM is. When I bought it at $229, how much do you think this is worth right now? Take a guess. I want to see what you guys think. Whoever gets it right wins the RAM. No, I'm totally kidding. $1,207. That is literally 6 times the price. You got 1.2, you won. There you go. Congratulations. You get a pat on the back. That's the real price. So this is if you see right here, $229 when I bought it, and I think I bought it, or I don't know where I bought it. It says I don't know if you can see it. It says $229. 12. I'm gonna make a note of this. iDoc, are you listening? Hey, we need to get on the marketplace and sell some RAM while we're at it. All right. So this one is, I'm literally going to get iDoc to sell this. Because even though the money is not that big of a deal, it's the investment potential. That is a 6x ROI. And I've got enough of these that might make it worth it. Oh, this one's empty. All right, what do I got? How much for... All right, let's try one more time. All right. We're going to see CMT 32GX 5M2B 5600 CAS 36. All right, how much is this one? – Wait, is that the right one? Hold on. This one didn't go up in value? Wait, this one went down in value. What a scam. Hold on. Did I type in the right one? 142? Womp womp. All right, that sucks. Hey, I thought I was gonna get rich selling RAM. What's going on here? Hold on. Let me make sure I got the right one. Hold on. Let me make sure the serial number is right. Maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. Hold on. 5600. It's cast 36. Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay, I may have clicked the wrong one. What was the one I did click? Click this one. What's the difference between these two? 5600. Cast L 36. What is the difference? It's like the same. Oh, Rev X. Okay. 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 I was gonna say there's. Can we just get the actual? Hold on. 52V M 600 C36 C32GX CMT 32GX. Okay, this is the one. How much is this one? How much, baby? Where's the price? Oh, out of stock. Oh. Is it $599? DDR5. That's probably what I clicked DDR4K. Corsair Dominator. How much is this going for on eBay? No, that ain't. GX 5 M2B5. GX 5 M2B5 5600. C36. That's selling for $84 on eBay. Wait. Okay. Maybe this one didn't go up. Did I click the 96? Oh, is that what I did? So these went down in value. What the hell? All right, these went down in value. Damn it. Okay. So this is the 32 gig. That's the one here. So this is the 32 gig here on Corsair. 32. I don't see this. I wish it would give me the freaking. Can you give me? Okay. CMT 32GX 5M2B 5M2X. Oh, this is the 2X. Okay. So these are worthless now. Get out of here. You suck. How much are these? Terrible. It fucking 36 cast latency, worthless piece of crap. AI needs that. AI needs that high frequency RAM. I'm telling you. I mean that high speed RAM. So my RAM is not qualifying. That one wasn't. I thought that one. I would that one at least double in value. It went down half its value. Lame. I thought I was gonna get rich. 4M2E 3200 C16. All right, let's go. How much for these bad boys? $188. How much did I pay for them? Oh, there's no price tag on it. $188. I don't know. Wait, how much is the other one? $140. I'm gonna double check that platinum. I think there's something I'm missing because when I bought this was $350. No way it would go down in value if RAM is all going up. Wait, 188. So let's see how much money I have. 188. These are probably all about the same price because they're the same kit. Yeah, they're all the same kit except for one of them. M2Z3, M2Z3. This one is M2E3. So these two are the same. All right, how rich am I? M2Z3. So the Z is a little bit more expensive than the E. That I do know. They don't sell these anymore, I bet. There's a newer model of this item. 220. All right, let's mark it as a 220 on Best Buy. And I paid $194 for these. Okay, so 220. So this went up 15%. So $20 on 200 or 10%. A little bit over 10. I bought for $195, can sell for $220. This I bought for $195, can sell for $220. Dude, I'm like, it's like I'm looking at my baseball cards here. going up in value. Okay, 220. So, not bad. Last one. Last one. CMW. 64GX. 4 M4 D 3600 C18. Probably not gonna be that expensive, but we'll see. 200 something bucks. $277, and I don't know how much I paid because the price tag is gone. 64 kit, $277. Or we need to get to the bottom of this one. Why are you so... You're the higher end version. Why do you have the worst price? I don't understand. I thought I was supposed to get rich owning a bunch of RAM. That's what they told me. Why am I hoarding memory? These are all for my old computer builds. I always buy RAM and then buy faster RAM. Then I buy a new motherboard. Then I buy the newest RAM that comes out. And then like 6 months later, faster RAM comes out and I overclock it. Every build I go through like 2 or 3 RAM kits, I swear to God. All right. Last one. Why are you so cheap? Okay, let me try this one more time. This is a 32 gig kit, CMT 32GX 5M2 B5600 C37. Wait, because it's CAS 36? All these other places are listing them closer to 400 bucks. Maybe I typed it in something wrong earlier. I think the reason why this one came out so low is that it's not the same cast timing or out of stock. I don't know. It looks the same. GX GX5M2 B5600 C36. Yeah, that's it. Oh, because this is not the SKU for it. It keeps saying there's a newer model of this item right here, which is there. Okay, but it doesn't look the same. Oh, they changed the LED plate on that. That's a little different. Nice. And the diffuser on that. All right, well, let's just assume that these are the ones. Maybe I can get 400 bucks for them. 650, 380. I bought this for 350, so that seems about right. 400. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm gonna say that maybe the Corsair site just had a weird. It's also out of stock there, so maybe that's just like wrong. All right, so this I get about 463 out of this one. Let's just say 463. We'll give that the more conservative of all of them. I'd say there's some cheaper than that. eBay used. Oh, they have a used kit on eBay. That's what we kind of have to base our eBay price on. I hate when they don't tell me that. And 32 GX5M2 B56. Yeah, so on eBay 300. There's already on eBay, so. Okay. All right. Let's see how rich we are, guys. 277, 220. It's 497. 717, another 220. 180 would be 907. Plus 1200, 2107. Plus, I guess 300. $2,400. I'm rich. It was the price when it went out of stock. But I think the price when it went out of stock would have been probably close to it, yeah. That's probably like, yeah. That's right. $2,400, baby. I got it. I got the goods. Isn't price gouging illegal? Probably. Yeah. You'll take them off for 24 US dollars. Sold. I'm very impressed by how I mean, these are the higher quality ones. I can expect the value to go up, but the return on investment on this one was six times the, or almost 6 times the amount, like 5.5, 550% return. That's the big winner today on the Corsair Dominator Titaniums. You'll pay in British pounds, unacceptable. Read chat, Mr. Matt. What's up, Farina Ballerina? What do you got? What's going on? 1,200 is the price of 96. Oh, how much was the third? Did I click the wrong one? Okay, how much can I get out of that one then? All right, let's double check. Let me do this one again. You're breaking my heart. I was so excited. That is too good to be true. All right, CMP. But I type in the... Oh, I think I should not get the price on the Corsair website then. Because they're not... Because it's just checking... It's not actually showing you the SKU of the actual RAM itself. I mean, the SKU. It's just showing the RAM. And it's probably checking the wrong box by default. So GX... All right, let's do it again. GX5M2B. Or M2X7000. All right. Let's not use the Corsair website again. A little convoluted weirdness there. All right. All right. So 512. So the ones in my computer right now are the 1200 then. Because the one in my computer is the 96 kit. So I guess this one is going to be give or take 500 bucks. Man. My heart is broken. eBay, 440 for eBay. Still double the price, I guess. If we use the lowest eBay value, still double the price. All right. Not bad, I guess. Dang. Is it Euro? Wait, on the Corsair site? Wait, really? So they're shipping PCs now without RAM? And it'll take like a year or more to resolve. Are you kidding? See, this is a one time in history when storing something has served a hoarder good. Although I only hoard computer building parts because I'm always building PC and I always tend to use random shit that I have in there. Like I'll have random cut pieces of tube that like I messed up that didn't fit in the case. And I'm like, you know what? I bet you my next build, I can probably use this segment of tube. Like I'll have like a box full of tube that does this. And I'm like, you know what? I think I could probably use that. Maybe it'll squeeze into some corner in my next build, which I'll probably never use, but. All right. You'll pay in gum? Okay, deal. Are we gonna sell off today or are we gonna hang tight? All right, what do we got here? Whenever you sell something, you always have the OEM packaging. I save every box just because you're never ever gonna need it. The market just won't, the market that don't want to quit today. The best you can do is $96 and half-eaten sandwich. All right, sold. Sold. Fortnite has a DeLorean in the shop now. I heard Fortnite and created some kind of like surfing mechanic. Like instead of like jumping out of a bus, you now surf to the island or something. I don't play Fortnite, so I don't know. Apparently everyone hates it. Your kid pressured you into buying it because he knows you like Back to the Future. That's funny. Watch today be the day that just sort of like wah, 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 wah. And then freaking tonight gap down to there, trade up to there, and then hit the red lines. Who knows? I just want to see this market move lower after all these days of going up. I want to see finally something momentum wise. This particular day today didn't travel enough to make it worth tapping. Feel it chased along, probably stuck upside down, and hopefully that this market still continues to punish those folks and squeeze them out. Honestly, I would be very happy if we just ended up getting this out of the way tonight or today. And then, you know, closing here, that would be lovely. And then tomorrow it's a rally back up. Like that's really all I want to see. Like a non-volatile response. The market just ends up back where it started. A little bump there on Apple, or Microsoft. Can we get that today? Post-holiday, maybe not. Maybe take 3 or 4 days to move. I don't know. Nothing is selling off too heavily. Well, Meta, except for Meta. Oh, and Tesla too, I guess. Google a little bit. Oh, there's a button on viewer activity where I can see all y'all's things. Consistent investor, 4 months. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Matt. Thanks for all the game education. Game and education daily. Rock's here for life. Love you, brother. All right, Wall Street, not Sesame Street song. Sniper Scalper. Oh. Let's do it. I didn't even know that these messages pop up. It's in chat. Well, asking you shall receive. Let's find it. Bonanza Wednesday the 31st. Y'all catching the new Stranger Things? I got through one episode. We got home last night late from the party. Popped one of the episodes on. 3 new ones came out. The final one's on New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve, we're gonna go watch it at a theater with some friends, and then we're going to like 2 New Year's events, a giant restaurant event, and then we're gonna go to this this kind of like exclusive event that like is invite only at this sort of like a recreational club that like membership only sort of thing, which would be kind of cool. It's like first time I've ever been to this place for that. I've been to this place before for some like events and stuff. It's pretty nice, but for like a party, I don't know. We'll be mingling with like the social elite in a tuxedo. Which I gotta get my tuxedo probably iron or steamed. I don't think I got it. I wore it last year. Did I wear it? No, I didn't wear it. I wore it 2 years ago. I didn't wear a tux last year. Last year I wore a t-shirt with a suit and jacket over it. I went super cash because we were at a club last year, like a public club. I get old. Do the country version? We have a country version? Okay, hold on. There's a country version. Hold on. Where is it? Somebody link it in chat so I could play it. Because if you just post the song title, I can't search for it. And if you join the Discord and you got a friend request, that's a scammer. Don't listen to it unless it slacks straight up. He doesn't send people friend requests unless you got a reason to deal with him. If you guys can go to the chat and just tag or reply to the song and then put it in the link that way, or put it in the chat so I can see it at the bottom. It's not finding the country version of It's Wall Street. Oh, it's Sesame Street. But that's because if you don't type it in, it doesn't look at the file name in the search. Perfume suggestions. What were you guys, what kind of scents were y'all talking about? I forgot already. We went and got some cologne and some stuff. I got a bottle for myself. Let me go show you what I got. And I got one too. This is my new jam. iDoc got the Baccarat 540. She's actually always wanted that. She never had it. And this is what I got. The Initio Side Effect. Have y'all seen this one? This one's sick. I love it. That's what I ended up picking up. There was another one that was yeah, the Mind Games. I can't remember which one I liked. I almost picked up a bottle of it, but I didn't get it. Mind Games, it's chess themed. It's pretty good. Am I giving it away? No, I'm not. You were confused because the fake mats in Discord asked you for $10. Creed Silver Mountain. Creed is pretty good. Yeah, Creed has a few new scents as well that were pretty nice. They were not Creed. No, there was a was it Parfum and Marley had some new ones. Your mom is gonna shut off the Wi-Fi at 12:30. Sucks. Sorry to hear that. What did we give away Apex earlier? All right, wait. Well, let's see what we got. Hold on. Let me see what I've got to give out today. Rapids. Rapids. Tradeify selects. Oh, hold on. Tradeify growth. I kind of like Tradeify. Giveaway for your RAM. Tradeify. Type it in chat. Let's go. I'll probably just stream for like another hour and take off for the day. Go play some golf or something. Go work out. Oh, this is the song. This ain't Sesame Street. All right, let's hit it. Where is it at? Thank you for posting it. Oh, it's older.
The glow's on my face, marking up zones, setting my pace. Screens on low, the calm before. The 9:30's knocking on the door. Charts don't lie, they whisper truth. Tick by tick, I'm bulletproof. The plan's tight, my nerves like steel. This market moves, I grip the wheel. Bell rings loud, futures roar, price explodes like never before. Volume rushing, pressures thick, the spreads a storm and move so quick. We take that MHP trade with pride, headline burning, we don't hide. This opens wild, the tape's alive, the market's humming, we thrive, we drive. This ain't Sesame Street, it's Wall Street and we don't mess around. We roll with the bulls and run with the heat where legends rise and crash.
Yep, what's up? What are you doing?
Chilling.
From where? What's up? Did you pick up the... Where'd you meet her at? Did she get anything else for us? What we left over? Or was that it?
Ate all of
With the kolaches, you still got them? Where are they at? This is not helpful to me right now. You ain't got the kolaches. You didn't bring them up here? Gosh. She picked up the edibles. That's what she did. Edible kolache.
So they all decided that on Sunday they're gonna come here.
Sunday New Year's?
Oh.
Oh, they're coming here on Sunday.
Yeah, like, well,
Uh-huh. Okay, they're coming here?
yeah.
Okay, so check this out. RAM is now shortage right now.
Wait, so I can sell it?
Look, we already did it, the math for you. Okay, look.
Are you guys are serious?
We already did the math.
Sell this?
Yeah. So, we did the math. Some of them have almost doubled in price.
No way.
Yeah, there's a shortage. So I think this is probably the peak of it. right? Because the shortage of the AI stuff. Now we can either sell now or hold out for longer. I say sell now.
What do you guys think?
It's a trade. Should we dump, guys? Should we dump the trade or should we hold out for longer? Anytime I could sell stuff on Marketplace, this chick gets so excited about it.
Yeah, because I like.
She loves me.
I love selling, so maybe I'm in the wrong career. I should be a sales.
She gets super excited about meeting men in like dark alleyways. Like, literally, it's almost like a drug deal the way she does it. She's like, hey, can you meet me? The guy's like, I'll meet you at 11.
I'll be like,
11 o'clock at night.
I gotta.
Behind a restaurant. Yeah. Should we dump it? Should we dump the trade and sell it to high, or is it gonna go higher? Here's the prices. Look at this. You could probably maybe aim for 500 for this one. This is the quality one. 440 on eBay, but maybe ask for 500. See if it'll go. Hey, check it out.
Dump it, sell it now.
Look, 463 and I paid 350. 500-ish, I paid 220. That's the bigger return.
I should probably rip off these stickers before I sell it. Consumers will be like, what the hell?
No, consumers know there's a shortage of RAM. So they'll understand that this is not the market price. If anybody's buying RAM for you, they understand that there's a RAM shortage. This is not something like your grandma's gonna buy for her kid.
Well, exactly, but you don't want them to see how much we're inflating the price from what
We're not inflating the price. This is actually the current market price of selling now. Like, you can take the sticker off, but I mean, I like to leave the sticker on just because it's like, you know.
What do you guys think? Do you think it'd be easier or better if we take off the sticker?
With the original price.
With the original price?
It's computer components. People will understand why they're the price they are. It's supply and demand. It won't matter at all. Sir Buck is our tech expert over here. People who are buying RAM will know that it's a shortage of shit. They're not going to think you're gouging them. You just say, look on eBay right now. They can look it up. Okay, anyways, look.
They all said, take it off.
They're telling you to take it off. All right, look. 220 and I paid 190. 188. I paid 140 probably or 50 for that one. 220 at 190. Oh, 227. And this is empty. So, anyways, I'll put this over here for safekeeping. We'll leave this here for now. But now you have a fun project.
Did this come from that basket of stuff?
No, it's not from the the basket might even have more RAM in it.
Yeah, I've been wanting to sell that shit forever.
I think the only thing that's got a shortage though is the RAM. I want to hear that song again. All right, we'll give away 3 Tradeify growth accounts. Just talking about what our prop partners are doing right now, you guys. Our prop promos are pretty good. Currently, earlier had Apex give away 50% off and 50% off their activation fee once you pass. Give away some funded next accounts, 40% off the 100K legacy, which makes the 100K less than the 50K. Very good deal there. My Funded Futures Rapid Plan is 20% off. That's the 3-day to payout. Currently the quickest path to payout in all of our prop partners. And Tradeify Select is 35% off. Growth and Lightning 30% off. Code Rocket Scooter for all of it. A Teragram official next winner. That's easily $2,000 worth of RAM. Let's go sell the car too. I decided. I don't know. CarMax. CarMax will just cut you a check and you're done. I got a better deal from CarMax. Remember the first time I was going to buy the Aston? When I was selling at that time was an Audi. Was it an Audi? The Porsche. The Audi. And I was selling the Audi and Aston quoted me like 20-something thousand and I think the CarMax seemed like 23. That's why I sold it at CarMax and I went carless for like a month. Because they sold the Aston from underneath me. Texas Raj, congratulations, man. What kind of car again? It's a 2019 Maserati Ghibli. We keep it on the event of that you have a car to drive. I mean, how long until you're Pilates princess full time? So at that time, do you want a new car? Would you want a new car, or would you want? Don't think value. Like, what would you? You'd be comfortable driving my old car? You know, like a Tesla or something? Congrats, Structured Raj. One more. You guys are now one Tradeify growth account richer. So what car? Let me show you guys a picture of the old car. Somebody said they might want to buy it. I mean, for $20,000, here it is. It's the old car. I'll sell this to you for 20,000 bucks. Just kidding. Just kidding. Where is the picture? I know a picture of it somewhere, maybe. Here we go. Adam Dawes, next winner. So that's it. It's a four-door Ghibli, really nice, really good quality, really good condition. It's really nice. 40,000 miles on it. I barely drove it anywhere. It's old pictures. This is 3 computers. I don't have a picture of my newest computer. This is like 3 or 4 computers ago. Congratulations, 3 of you guys, winners of Tradeify growth accounts. Oh, look how cute. I love my new car. All right, Adam Dawes, Texas Raj, and Teargram official. Y'all know the drill. Go to Discord, go to the Constance channel, talk to Slacks at admin, send them a message with a screenshot of YouTube ID. Congrats, man. And let them know that you won the account. Do I prefer buying new cars or used cars? Always used cars if you can. This is the first time I bought a brand new car since the Infinity. When I graduated college, it was a brand new car. Every car I've ever bought since then, I always look for pre-owned or demo cars if they have it, and I've always gotten lucky. The Audi I got is a demo car. The Porsche I got is a demo car. The Porsche was almost half price. Got a $180,000 Porsche for just over 100. The Maserati was a demo car. Always, 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 if you can. If you're very, very picky and it's like your dream car and it has to be a certain way, then get them the custom make and you'll pay full price, whatever. But if you are looking for like luxury cars, a lot of them, the first year depreciation. A demo car is one that was, you know, very rarely, seldomly driven. No miles on it. The year depreciation, the owner takes the hit, you don't, and then you walk away with a fantastic new car for you. That might be a year old, but no miles, and then you pay half price on it. Super, super discounted. 100%. The Aston was the first car I bought spanking new, brand new, and having like 0 miles on it when I bought it. When I got the Maz, it had, I don't know, maybe like 600 miles on it. It wasn't a lot. So a demo car is a car that the owner... Okay, here's an example. Right now at the Aston Martin dealership, right? The owner has been given a Vanquish convertible, which is very, very... The Vanquish just came out this year. And now they have a this is my version of drawing the Vanquish convertible, okay? And now they have a Vanquish convertible just to show off. They take it to car shows, they take it to, you know, whatever. They demonstrate it when it's not for sale. It's not for sale. And so they just show it off. It's on the showroom floor. Maybe the owner, like, I don't know, fucks a chick in the back seat or something every once in a while and take her out to dinner. But the idea is that it's not for sale, and they just usually take it to car shows and stuff to show off. And then eventually that car becomes old and then they got to sell it. So then they usually sell it for about half price when the new models, when they get a new demo car that comes in. So typically a demo car, if you can get it, is going to be almost brand new. It's going to be fully loaded with all the features because it's the show car, and they're very highly sought after because it's almost brand new, fully loaded, and half price. Almost half price, depending on what you get. Italian sports cars lose like half their value the first year, so you can get it for half price. That I have $100 and something thousand Maserati I got for like 50K. Because it's a demo. I got lucky though, and I that's because I bought it during COVID, and I wasn't even wanting to buy a Maserati. It was like I was trying to buy an Aston back then, but it was the only car they had that was fully loaded because it was a demo as well. So if you can get like lucky, and again, it's lucky, and if you're patient, you shop around, you can find demo cars in random places and just get lucky to find the one you want with the color you want, fully loaded with all the features usually. So yeah, you get the lower price with the interest rate of a new car since it's never been titled, as somebody said as well, 100%. So since it's never been titled to anybody, you get a little bit of discount on the interest as well on your loan. Yep. So anyways, it's a custom pre-owned car that's never been pre-owned basically. So it's like buying a new car that's just been driven to your car every once in a while. And maybe the owner, like I said, takes it around town, takes chicks out in it or something, or dudes, whatever the owner likes. Yep, it's any vehicle, somebody said specifically, any vehicle not been registered by a private owner, joint demos or service vehicle loaners, executive demonstration vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, somebody put in a little bit more of a example. So demo cars for the purpose of like luxury vehicles would be the example, the Aston Martin's convertible Vanquish that is not for sale that they take to car shows. And so they'll put like 10 miles on it to drive to the show and back. Yeah, service executive demonstration vehicles or service vehicle loaners. So like a lot of luxury places, if you take in a car, they'll send you one. And like Maserati had that deal. If I took it in for service, they'd give me a loaner. So that loaner is also the demo car when they sell them. So it's kind of nice if you can get lucky. It's hard. If you're patient when you're car shopping, you can get, and this is like I say, when it comes to cars, be smart. Cars are never investments for the most part. They're always a liability. So you get smart with a car and you're patient, you can do pretty well. The last 3 cars I bought were demo cars. All dealerships have them. Yeah, as Sharon is saying. Yeah, 100%. All dealerships will have demo car for whatever purpose they'll have. Yep. Yeah, typically you're going to find any brand out there. The only reason I said luxury brands are good because they take the biggest, a lot of times these luxury cars take the biggest hit of depreciation, more so than like a Camry would. Like I said, on most Italian cars, you're going to take 40% off the first year. You'll get close to half price. So the demos and like luxury vehicles give you the most like savings, I'd say. I never really shopped around for like a demo of a Civic or something, but do they lose a fair amount of value right after you drive off the lot? Well, yeah, but the Blue Book also takes off because it's a year-old car that has miles on it. The Blue Book values it like it's pre-owned, but because it's never been titled, the loan is like it's for a new car. Yeah. So then you want to kind of like the trick is yeah, you get a discount on any car, but the ones that take the biggest hit depreciation, you're like like I said, I got my Porsche for almost half price and it was brand new. It's like never been owned by anyone else. Somebody said you're exactly right. Yeah, the only vehicles in luxury will be a G-Wagon on the Lexus. Yeah. So we got a demo. Donovan set up a 370Z, which was quite a bit cheaper. Put twin turbos on it. Let's go. Oh, I love it, dude. 370Zs are so nice. Yeah, the last time I bought a new car right off the lot. Actually, no, I lie. I did. The Mazda 3 that I had in 2010 was also a new car. I had a Mazda 3 when I was still an engineer. That was brand new because I wrecked my previous car. So I was like, I need something small just to commute back and forth to work. Then after that, after the Mazda 3, I had an Audi, a Porsche, then the Maz, and now the Assen. Yeah, so all the other ones were demos in between. Oh, the Porsche. Let me show you. Hold on. I bought this. It's kind of funny because I always hear people, they're like, it's funny because everyone always makes fun of, prop folks and influencers on Twitter and stuff that are like making money selling props and whatever. And they're always like, where were you before props? People don't think I've been a trader for 10 years. And so like, I've only been in the prop business for like half a year, right? So yeah, no, not all my money comes from props. This car I bought, this was a 2016. So I had this was I had in 2016. Clearly a demo car because it's fully loaded. The only thing I got added to it was the dark black tint. So, but it's like I said, fully loaded with all the features, all the trim, and then the white dipped wheels. It's all custom. So this was pretty cool. Yeah. So this was I think a 2016 when I got this. So it was a 2015 Panamera at the time. So for being like that old, it still has a nice look to it. That's a pretty nice car. Well, that was and the funny story I always tell about that back in the day. So yeah, no, I had money 10 years before props became a thing. So which is always really funny because there's a lot of scrounging prop salesmen out there desperate to make a buck or two. They're always like trying to accuse each other of, you don't make any money, do anything else. Like, yeah, whatever. So this funny story was that I lived in an apartment at the time. I just started full-time trading. And I actually bought 3 parking spots. I was kind of bougie about it. So I take this picture just to show people. I bought actually 3 parking spots just so people wouldn't park on either side of me. So why the Panamera versus the 911? I've always loved 4-door touring cars. Every car I've had is, for the most part, been a touring. And I like sports cars and coupes, but I'm not the biggest fan of them. I always like having a back seat and they're useful. So in the funny thing was, when people would always park here and park there, and I would leave a note on their door. I'm like, hey, by the way, I know these parking spots are always empty, but I actually own all 3 of them. And I let my friends and stuff park there. But I'm like, if you need to park here for a day, just knock on my door and ask for permission or whatever, and I'll let you do it. But so I had actually 3 spots for it. Yeah, this is 10 years before props became a thing. So must have been the world's most banking chemical engineer at the time. But yeah, so the touring, like, I like that. So like when you all my other cars. So like my newest car is a DB12, and like a DB12 is a 2-door touring vehicle. So there's actually a very, very, very tiny back seat that can sit people very uncomfortably, but you can see there's a foot extra room between a DB12 and a Vantage. So it's the only Assen with the back seat. The Vantage and the Vanquish don't have back seats. So I like it just because I like having the extra room. I always have been a big fan of that. And then of course the Maserati, the same thing as the Porsche. This is the smaller touring vehicle. They have a Grand Touring called a Quadriporto, which is about a foot bigger, which is the Panamera equivalent in Maserati's stuff. But I've always gotten like the same kind of car, this sort of 4-door Grand Touring or 2-door touring vehicle has always been my style. I don't have pictures of my Porsche on here. Yeah, but anyways. Oh no, I like those bigger looking cars, I guess. Like like if I were just to have a collection of cars, I would love a 911. Like I think it's one of the best cars ever made. you know, for the specific purpose of just driving around in fast car and, you know. The Maserati is the Ferrari engine. They in 2019 was the last year that they made those engines. They stopped doing it. It was actually hold on. Let me give you the exact. It was assembled by Ferrari. It wasn't like Ferrari parts. The F-136 was the V8 and the 160 was the V6. And essentially, if I remember correctly, in 2019, when the partnership ended, which was the last year, my car was a 2019, so it was the last year that had the engine in it. So the Maserati developed their own Nettuno V6. So I think it was, I don't know if I have it backwards. It was either, it was Ferrari assembled it from Maserati parts or Maserati assembled it from Ferrari parts. I think it's the other way around. So the engine was a technically Ferrari made engine, but 2019 was the last one. So my Ghibli is the last year. That's why I was like, I kind of want to keep it too, because it is a collector's item because the partnership ended that year. So it's the last model that has that 136 engine in it. It's kind of nice. So the new ones will have the new ones are the, I forgot what it's called again. Nettuno. Yeah, so the F-136, the cool thing about Maz, and what I always loved about it, its engine is such a distinct sound. It's unique, and if you hear it drive by, you know what it is. It sounds different, it sounds cool. And you ever rev up Maserati, it sounds really cool. Especially the old ones, 2019 and earlier. Whoa. It's like a deep sort of like, whoa. So it's a cool, and like you know, somebody starts that thing up in a parking garage. It sounds pretty cool. It's like chunky and thick and deep sound. The Aston sounds just like any other twin turbo V8. It sounds exactly like my Porsche did. It doesn't have a unique sound. It just sounds like powerful twin turbo V8, which they all pretty much sound the same to me. Look like a 65 Ferrari dyno. What is that one? What kind of engine does it have? This is the 65, right? The body style is really nice. It's cool. It kind of like, it looks like a jet, like the Jetsons car. I kind of like the sort of like, it's a very 1960s thing to have like these low, essentially like, because the engine's in the back, right? So you got this like, this low profile sort of hood and the like enlarged side wings for this wheel, for the wheel well, just kind of pops up. Very 1960s, very cool looking. Is that the P166 version? Which one is, oh, is this the two, what's the P? Let me look up that one then. 166 version. It's a V6 too. Let's get a picture of it. It looks like a freaking rocket ship, man. That's interesting. The air intake is right there on the side, right? It's like, look at that huge intake right there. It's a rear longitudinal V6, 65 degree. Okay. 9,000 RPM, 175 horsepower. Power 110. So this was like not a super powerful car then, I guess. This is more just like a chill, comfortable ride. Is that for brake cooling? What? That's for. What's my favorite all-time car? All time. Are you a car? She said her. Okay. Favorite all-time car. I'd say it's probably Aston Martin. I would say that my favorite version of the Vanquish was the honestly, the newest ones are probably like the coolest looking ones. I think the newer Astons are the sharpest looking ones I've ever seen. I love the body style so much of the new ones right now. Just so different looking. I also like the early 2000 ones. Like the 2001. It's a little more classier of a look to it. Like the Pierce Brosnan and James Bond version. I also like let's see. There was like the early 1960s version of it. Find a good image of one. Old DB6 and DB4s from way back in the day. Got so many versions of these. Favorite electric car? You have a favorite electric car?
No.
I don't really have a lot of experience with electric cars. GTR is a really nice car too. Somebody's asking about that in chat. The R34. Dude, this was the time I remember within the Skyline at the time. You had to get it imported, right? Because they didn't. I remember they didn't sell these things until I don't think the GTR made it stateside until like 2008, I think. Because I remember always wanting one, but they never. Nissan, you had to get them imported. I think 2008 was the first year that it came out, right? With the R35s, yeah. I think 08 was when they were big. They're going for the price of a house. Holy shit! Now you can legally import the. Yeah. And now you can. Oh, yeah, these were cool. At this time, like all my friends were driving like Honda Preludes, and this is like Fast and Furious era of all my friends' cars. And those are really nice. They always looked so cool. Your friend got R34? Oh, nice. Yeah, the R34s were like from like I remember I was in high school. That was like 1999 era. Yeah, the Supra, the NSX, R34. Yeah, that's like everybody had something like that. We were all running those four bangers. Fast and Furious came out. Everybody had a car like that. Except for me. I was broke as a kid. 98 to 02. Yep. Yep. I remember because that was when I was in college, high school, college. During that era, I worked at the laser tag place, and all my friends that played laser tag all drove souped up Japanese cars. You had a 92 Prelude. There you go. 2000 GT VR4. Yeah, that's a really nice car too. The Supras. The Supra have a V6. Yeah, it was not a V6. I think it was an inline 6. Let me see. But I'm not gonna lie, that my car is really, really cool. I love the shape and look of it. But I'm gonna tell you, probably my favorite car ever. Probably looking, and I didn't go for it because I was impatient. And again, I had my, you know, I was like, I gotta get a car now, I'm being impatient. But I'm not gonna lie to you, probably the coolest car I've ever seen in my life was the one I didn't pull the trigger on and waited for, which was this guy that I showed you guys when I was car shopping. This is as James Bond as you get. This is the bronze on bronze, black glass top V12 Vanquish. So like this by far to me is probably the coolest looking car I've ever seen in my whole life. And I thought about going through all the steps to get it made. But that bronze on bronze is like sick looking. Look at that. Bronze wheel, bronze car. Black on the top. But my car is just as cool. Although it's not the V12. So body style, it just looks so freaking cool. I mean, come on, that's like the coolest body style. I don't know what it is. This is the bronze one similar to the one I ordered. No, the bronze one is what I was going to order. So I went to the place, and originally I was like, I kind of just like want to pull the trigger now on something. And he's like, it'll take you, you know, 6 months or longer to get the Vanquish that you want. We could build it out for you, and it'll take a while. There's a line, and you know, 6 months plus to a year, up to a year. I was like, okay, so I can either build that one, but then they had the DB12 on the lot, just literally sitting there, and I was like, all right, I'll take that. I was like, I might just get a Vantage and then drive it for a year, then trade it in. That's a huge, horrible waste of money for just getting the car you want. For some reason, I was like, I have to get a new car. And I was getting the itch. So the bronze one that's exactly what I was going to build. That was a car that they built for some doctor in Georgia, I think they said. I was looking at it, and iDoc was with me. We were like, whoa, that looks so cool. The bronze car was awesome, right? She likes the green one, though, better.
Green.
She's a huge fan of the green with the tan interior, which is also really nice.
The Aston signature color.
Yeah, which was really nice because this one was also a DB12. She was trying to persuade me to get this one instead of the kind of like the gunmetal black I got.
More expensive.
Hmm?
Even more expensive.
This one, no, this was about the same price. This also was a DB12. The color was really sick. This was not. Yeah, they had this, and that green is a pretty sick looking green color too. I don't have interior pics on it. But yeah, this is the same car I got. Would have been exactly the same, but the rims are pretty sweet. I like the way it looks. It's the silver. Mine are black.
Gold calipers. Gold.
Yeah, it was green with gold calipers. Now this is the one. So they had two options. I was like, I can leave with the car today. So it was either this one or the black one, but I ended up getting the black one. So, but yeah, this is also very cool for like a touring vehicle. It's very, very classic, and I always love their green color. Get a Valkyrie, drop one off. There we go. Oh, that's the car to get. But I decided, and like, instead of getting a Vantage, then upping to the Vanquish, I just settled in the middle and got the DB12. And then who knows, in a year or two, I might just want something different. But knowing me, I'll probably keep it for 5 years, like I always do. My appetite for owning cars is like, I'd like to get a new car every 6 months and collect them. But I have nowhere to put them, so I don't do that. And instead of wasting money on cars, I'm like always convincing myself to invest in something else. Right now, IDOC and I are in talk with some friends of ours to invest. We're gonna invest in some commercial property together if we can find something good. And we're going to open some businesses and we're gonna like rent from our own investment group. When I buy that commercial property we're doing, will I outfit with a temp controlled car shop parking? That'd be kind of cool, but no. Well, we're gonna try to turn it into like a business, obviously, to make a return on it. So, in the properties in the ballpark of what we're looking at, you know, we probably have to spend like, well, I don't know, depends on what we find. We haven't looked yet. We're gonna be looking though, very soon. We're talking with some friends of ours who also do this, and we're like, hey. Well, this is our first time doing it, and some friends of ours do it a lot. So we're like, hey, y'all want to go in with us? We got money to spend, but we don't know what we're doing. Maybe we'll get some friends of ours to partner up with us, and we'll all go in on it together, and they'll show us the ropes. Interested in investing on a mining venture, like Bitcoin mining or like metals mining? But that's gonna be a pretty big investment. I got, I don't know, 2 to 10 million range, depending on what we're looking for. Lithium mining. Oh, okay. Let's get above VWAP here, and you're in VL. How's Nvidia turn out? Resilience still negative though on Nasdaq, and so is S&P as well. So I'm a little concerned of the lack of stock momentum. So just be careful today. The stocks, like I said, Nasdaq is kind of holding the fort because Nvidia is not selling off. End of the day can change the tide. So I don't think the tide is going to be for everything to sell off, but I'm not sure if anything else is giving the momentum I want today. You gotta plow land in the middle of nowhere. That sounds like a license to get whacked. Hey, follow me out to this cornfield. I'm gonna show you some. Wait, so open a car storage place. There's some dude in Texas who opened one. It's like a tall building with cars stacked up. It's also a hangout place with cigars, like a club for owners. Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. Our traditional idea of what we're kind of aiming for is to have like a commercial space, like a strip center that has businesses built inside of it. That's kind of what we're looking to do. Sup? Ooh, what's up? Thank you. Appreciate it. Homemade kolaches from my mama. Texas style. All right. I'll be done streaming in a little bit.
Just chat now about Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
To just store a car there, then drive a different car to the storage to smoke cigars and just go home. That's it. Yep. And lithium. Let's go. A lithium mine. Where's a lithium mine at? Where are you doing this at? I'm curious. In Ukraine? North Carolina. All right, y'all. I think I'm done for the day. Nothing else going on. It's almost 1 o'clock. Y'all enjoy your holiday. I'm not doing any trades today, just chilling. I'm gonna wait probably till the market does something different. So in the New Year, I'm gonna be making some trades on Monday, but just keeping it light until the New Year. Tight, clean range, not bearish, not rallying higher. This could be the start of maybe, you know, 1 or 2 day small pullback. I wouldn't say that big, but I think that market's just going to kind of chill till the new year without momentum. All right, we'll see y'all later. Close under open. Yeah, I'm sure we'll close under open today. That's my feeling with negative res. If not today, tonight. Yep.